This one actually, I have an order. I don't want to see the files.
All right, ready to go back on the record. Parties are again present. It's September 26, 2022. Defendant is present. Jury is not currently in the courtroom. Is there anything that we need to take up before we begin this morning? State.
I was given a PowerPoint late last night. It doesn't have to do with this witness, so I can address it at the appropriate time.
Okay.
There, just as a quick note, so I do believe I understand what the issues are, and I sent it to the state. There are citations to medical journals and whatnot in there, and I've asked Dr. Quinones to remove those citations. I have not received the version that I thought I couldn't get in there to make any changes to it. So I asked him to make some changes last night, and I haven't seen it yet, but that's the expectation, is that we will modify it, share that with the state, and then still have a disagreement about it, we can address it in the court. But
Were there any other objections to stuff?
I mean, yeah, pretty much the entire substance of it.
or that last page with references, we wouldn't present that either, because that last page is basically the bibliography.
Yeah, in addition to it being full of literature and citation, it's also just a regurgitation or summary of his testimony.
All right, let's get the final version from him that you think you're going to use, Vince, and then we'll review that a little later this morning. We talked scheduling yesterday, and I neglected something I have tomorrow. May affect, I presume, maybe on the state's rebuttal case at that point. Don't know for sure. I have a hearing at 1:30 on it's a post-trial 3850. It's a very short status hearing. It's about a 15-minute hearing. I think Mr. Johnson's covering it from the state side, and it's a private defense counsel. Like I said, that'll take about 15 minutes. So our lunch break will be skewed a little bit late tomorrow, so that while this trial is on lunch break, I'm handling that other matter. So, just for advanced scheduling.
Could we start early tomorrow, 8:30? I'm trying to see if I can get 2 hours in before 11.
That's fine. Do that. Okay. All right. Anything else then?
There is a matter of the state experts that we have some motions filed. If we could address those at the end of today, before they testify. I understand the state wants them on first thing in the morning, but I believe the court had tabled the motion regarding Dr. Meadows. So if we could address that at the end of the day.
Do I need to have read the transcript by then?
I believe the state had wanted the court to review the transcript.
Right, or I think
We can just point to
proffer it.
areas in it.
I have it. You did send it to me. I appreciate that. I have not had a chance to review it yet. So we'll do what we can here in the breaks. All right. Anything else then?
No, you're
No, you're not.
Okay. You ready for the jury then?
Yes.
All right. And this is Dr. Stevens that's up here.
Thanks, Dr. Nelson.
Okay, Nelson's here. Stephen Nelson.
Yes.
Got it. I heard you telling the court reporter. All right. Ready for the jury then? Are they ready?
And then the last quick point, Your Honor, at the end of Dr. Nelson, if we could have a short break for the purpose of discussing the PowerPoint.
We'll do that.
Thanks.
Okay. Not necessarily be on the record for this. Plumbing problems appear to have been fixed, so we won't have any more sound distractions like we had yesterday. So I apologize, but that repair could not be put off given the number of people that are using this courtroom.
All rise as the jurors enter the courtroom, please.
Morning, please be seated. Members of the jury, again, by show of hands, can each of you assure me you have not done any outside research or had any outside discussions or viewed any news articles regarding this case? Defense, you may call your next witness.
Time the defense will call Dr. Stephen Nelson.
All right, thank you. Dr. Nelson, you can speak directly to the microphone for petition.
I swear our firm has testimony should be this motion.
So go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Stephen, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Lewis, L-E-W-I-S, Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N.
All right, thank you, sir. And where is your professional address?
6221 South Claiborne Avenue, Suite 506, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70125.
Morning, Dr. Nelson. Could you please tell the jury how you're currently employed?
So I'm a pediatric neurologist and epileptologist through Tulane University School of Medicine and Ochsner Hospital for Children in New Orleans, Louisiana.
And are you a licensed doctor?
Yes,
And in what states are you licensed?
Louisiana, Mississippi, and Maryland.
Can you please explain your educational background?
Sure. So I did my undergraduate at Cal Poly Pomona in California. I graduated with a bachelor's in biology in 1990. So it's hard to keep track of them anymore. In the 90 to 91, I worked actually doing validations engineering for a pharmaceutical company. And then 91 to 96, I did a PhD at UC Riverside, also in California, in biomedical sciences. I studied the effects of radiation on human cells. In fact, if you watch that Netflix series Chernobyl, I actually looked at cells from the firemen who put out the fire at Chernobyl and looked for effects of the radiation. Then from 96 to 2000, I did my medical school at UC San Diego. Then from 2000 to 2003, I did my pediatric internship and residency at Wilford Hall Medical Center, which is at Lackland Air Force Base, San Antonio, Texas. And so I went on active duty in the United States Air Force in 2000. Then 2003 to 2004, I was a general pediatrician at Los Angeles Air Force Base in El Segundo, California. And then 2004 to 2007, I was a pediatric neurology fellow with Stanford. And then do you want me to go through my work history too?
Yes.
And then 2007 to 2010, I was the chief of pediatric neurology at Keysword Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi. I also was the special needs coordinator for the Department of Defense. So anybody who's in the military, if they were going to PCS when they had a dependent that had any type of military issues, I was the one that helped determine where they could move to make sure that they could meet the needs of the dependent. I also did outreach clinics to Eglin Air Force Base and Navy Hospital, Pensacola in Florida. Then between 2010 and 2013, I was at Walter Reed in Bethesda, Maryland, working as a pediatric neurologist. I was also the chief of, or the director of pediatric neurology education at the medical school, the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences in Bethesda. I was also the deputy director of neurology education for the medical school, and I was the program director for the Tri-Service Child Neurology Fellowship, which is kind of like what I did at Stanford. So it was active duty military people who came from any branch to do a fellowship in child neurology. Then I got out of the military at the end of 2013 and went to Tulane in 2014 full-time, where I'm currently a professor of pediatrics, neurology, neurosurgery, and psychiatry. I'm also the medical director for the Tulane Center for Autism and Related Disorders. I'm the clerkship director for the pediatric neurology rotation. And then I also work as a pediatric neurologist and epileptologist through Oxford. And then I also am a professor of neurology through LSU School of Medicine.
All right, and I believe you said you were in the military, right?
Yes.
Okay, and for how long were you in and what was your rank when you left?
So I was 13 and a half years active duty plus a couple of years in the reserves, and my final rank was colonel.
And have you ever sat on a board of inquiry or a court martial?
Yes.
When did you first start your forensic work?
So the very first case I ever reviewed was 2004 for the Department of Defense. And it was a claim against a military provider. And so the way it works in the military is if a military provider is sued, then it goes to the Department of Defense as a whole, and then it gets sent out to an expert in that field to review it. The first case I reviewed outside the military was when I moved to Keesler in 2007. I was working part-time at Tulane, and the Assistant Attorney General for the state of Louisiana asked if I would review a case that was against a state facility.
Sorry, and are you board certified?
Yes.
In what areas?
So I'm board certified in pediatric neurology, and really the more proper name is it's neurology with special qualification in child neurology, as well as epilepsy by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. And then I'm also board certified in pediatrics by the American Board of Pediatrics.
And what are the requirements to be board certified in those areas?
Well, for epilepsy and pediatrics, it was to take a written exam, and for pediatrics also to have done, residency. For neurology with special qualification in child neurology, you had to take a written exam following your completion of a pediatric training program as well as a pediatric neurology training program. And then I was one of the lucky that also had to do oral boards. So it's last year where we had to fly to Baltimore to Johns Hopkins and basically get grilled all day long by a bunch of neurologists asking us random questions.
All right, and it looks like you have a lot of titles after your name. You have a number of letters after your name. We've got MD, PhD, FAACPDM, FAAN, FAAP, and FANA. Can you explain to the jury what those are?
Sure. So obviously MD is the medical doctor, so that's my medical degree, and PhD is my PhD that I did at UC Riverside on radiation mutagenesis. FAACPBM means I'm a fellow of the American Academy of Cerebral Palsy and Developmental Medicine. FAAP is fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics. FAAN is fellow of the American Academy of Neurology. And FANA is fellow of the American Neurological Association. And so basically to be a fellow, it means that you have to, there are certain requirements you have to do. So like, for example, for the American Academy of Neurology, you have to attend 5 meetings in 7 years. You have to be 7 years out from your training program. You have to demonstrate excellence in 3 areas: academic, clinical, and sort of like research. So they want to see that you're sort of an expert in all the aspects of neurology. Then you have to get 2 letters of endorsement from somebody else, from 2 people who are fellows, and then it has to go to a committee and get voted on.
And in your current area of practice, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
So I work as a child neurologist and an epileptologist. So epileptologist is just a fancy term for meaning that I take care of patients that have epilepsy that's complicated. So if you have very easily treated epilepsy, you don't need to see an epileptologist. If you have seizures that are more difficult to control, then you refer to an epilepsy specialist.
And do you teach?
Yes.
Where and what do you teach?
So I teach undergraduate and graduate medical students through Tulane, as well as residencies for residents, pediatrics, neurology, neurosurgery, psychiatry, child psychiatry fellows. I also teach for the undergraduate and graduate neuroscience department. I teach for the master's department of genetics at Tulane, and then I also teach students and residents through LSU School of Medicine.
Now, are you involved in any research or advisory roles?
Yes.
And can you please explain those to the court and to the jury?
So, firstly, I'm on the General Examination Committee for the American Board of Pediatrics. So I'm on the committee that writes the questions for pediatricians to become board certified. I'm also on several state level or national level committees or boards related to epilepsy management, child abuse, genetic disorders, environmental toxins, things like that. And then my research focuses on really the genetic causes of epilepsy, autism, developmental delay.
And what are clinical appointments?
Clinical appointment just means that you have privileges at that hospital, and so you can provide patient care through that facility.
Can you please describe to the court and to the jury your clinical appointments?
So I have clinical appointments at Ochsner Hospital for Children, as well as Ochsner Baptist and Ochsner Medical Center. Those are all in New Orleans. And then I also have clinical appointments at Ochsner LSU, which is a hospital in Shreveport, Louisiana, which I do telemedicine coverage for. And so those are the main places that I see patients. And then I also have clinical appointments through Tulane, where I'm the medical director for the Autism Center.
And what are academic appointments?
Academic is when you refer to a rank. So the rank for academic is clinical instructor, and then assistant professor, then associate professor, and then professor. And so the highest rank you can get is professor. And like I said, I'm a professor at Tulane and also LSU School of Medicine.
Can you please describe to the court and to the jury your academic appointments?
Yes, so I'm a professor of neurology, neurosurgery, psychiatry, and pediatrics at Tulane University School of Medicine, and I'm a professor of neurology at LSU School of Medicine.
And have you received any honors or awards in the field of neurology?
Yes,
Approximately how many?
a lot, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, becoming a fellow in a society is an honor in and of itself. I've also won, outstanding faculty awards and outstanding teaching awards through the medical schools and other institutions that I'm affiliated with.
And do you lecture regularly in your field?
Yes,
Are you published in the field of neurology?
yes,
And does that include being published in peer-reviewed publications?
yes.
And what are peer-reviewed publications?
Peer review just means that you write an article and you submit it to the journal, and it gets sent blinded to other people in your field to review it and determine if it should be published or not published. I also do that as part of my capacity that I'm a reviewer for a number of journals. And so when other authors in the field submit journals, I review for the journals, or I also am like an associate editor or senior editor for several journals or neurology sites.
Have you testified in court before and given your opinion in certain areas of medical practice?
Yes.
What areas have you been qualified to testify in previously?
Neurology, child neurology, pediatrics, epilepsy, traumatic brain injury, developmental pediatrics, psychiatry.
And what states have you previously testified in?
More than 40 out of 50, most states.
With regard to criminal cases, can you approximate the percentage you have testified for the prosecution and the defense?
It's approximately 50-50.
And do you testify in civil cases as well?
Yes,
And is that for both the plaintiff and the defense?
yes,
Have you previously testified in Florida
yes,
for both the defense and for the prosecution?
yes.
Your Honor, we request permission to allow Dr. Nelson to give us opinion testimony in the areas of neurology and pediatric neurology.
I have no objection to it.
Part of that objection would be allowed to.
You mentioned that you are a pediatric neurologist. Does that mean that you focus only on children?
No, I see approximately 85% of my patients are pediatric, and pediatric really is like 24 and under, and then about 15% of my patients are adult patients.
And how does this set you apart from other neurologists?
Well, I think most pediatric neurologists don't typically see a lot of adult patients. They might see the rare one. I think having trained and worked through the military, we just, the norm was, I guess, we saw a lot of adult patients. Also, I did adult medicine as part of my military training. Even when I was at Los Angeles Air Force Base as a pediatrician, I actually worked as both an adult and a pediatric doctor. And I also did a number of years of emergency medicine where I saw pediatric and adult patients. So I just naturally started seeing a lot of adult patients also, especially epilepsy or adults with developmental disabilities.
And when were you first contacted regarding Mr. Wilson's case?
I say probably over the summer.
And have you met with Mr. Wilson regarding this case?
Yes,
And how many times?
we met twice over Zoom.
And what is your hourly rate in this case?
I believe it's 500 an hour.
About how many hours have you worked on this case?
Or 30 maybe.
Do you and other similarly situated practitioners rely on records, patient reports, and reports of others concerning a patient's past history in order to formulate opinion?
Yes, I mean, that's true, whether it's a forensic case, meaning that it's in the medical legal capacity, or if I'm seeing a patient in clinic, I still rely obviously upon medical records and reports by other providers.
And did you review a collection of records and reports to assist you with your evaluation of Mr. Wilson?
Yes,
Did you review the testimony of other experts?
yes,
And did you review photos of the imaging that was done by, I guess, the Dr. Snyder testified about yesterday?
yes.
Are you offering an independent opinion on the imaging?
No, I mean, I'll discuss what the imaging means, but I didn't, I'm not offering an independent interpretation. I'll defer to Dr. Snyder.
I'd like to shift gears and speak with you about your knowledge in your specialty. From the perspective of a pediatric neurologist, can you please explain how a child's brain grows and develops while in utero and after birth?
Sure. So if you think about how brain development occurs, the first part of development inside of mom is that you're producing actual cells, right? So you start as a single cell and you turn into a bunch of different cells, and then those cells become different cell types, and some of those cells become become your brain, and you're actually not only making new brain cells, but those cells are going through differentiation to become eventually the type of cell that are going to be in your brain, because we have different types of cells. We have, neurons and other types of cells that form the structure of the brain. And then those neurons even migrate. They actually start on the inside of your brain, and they, for example, the cells becoming gray matter, which is the outside of your brain, actually migrate from the inside outward. And so that's all occurring during inside of mom. Once you're born, you don't make any new neurons. Then what you're doing is you're basically making connections. And those connections become more and more elaborate, and that's really what causes brain growth, is all these connections between the parts of your brain. So intrauterine, you're making cells and you're putting them in the right place. Extrauterine, after birth, you're then doing all of the connections to try to make your brain work the way it's supposed to work.
And what are the effects of childhood trauma on the brain?
So we know from a lot of experience with children who are raised in different environments, for example, poverty, war-torn environments, domestic abuse. Again, if you have a child that's exposed to a lot of emotional trauma, that the connections don't form properly. And the reason is, if you think about at my age, for example, if I decided that I wanted to be a world-class pianist, it would be impossible because I've pruned out all the neurons that would make me a great piano player, and I've kept all the neuron connections that allow me to do what I do, right? This is why when you're a young child, it's easy to learn a language, and when you're older, it's much more difficult to learn a language, because when you're 40, the connections that you would have needed to learn a language have been sacrificed so that you can do other things that you do in your life. So when you're raised in an environment of chronic stress, then you actually prune And prune means that you get rid of the neurons that do a certain function, or you get rid of the connections between neurons. Kind of like how you prune a tree. So you prune the connections that allow you to go along the developmental trajectory to be a person who, can function in society in a certain manner, and you go along a different developmental trajectory, which allows you to survive in the environment that you're in. But unfortunately, the skills that you develop to survive in a chronic stress environment are not necessarily the skills that you need to survive when you're not in that environment. And so you end up becoming a less functional adult or a non-functional adult. And we see this unfortunately, in children who are raised in any type of environment of chronic stress. So you're in this fight or flight type mode all the time, right? Where you're always trying to just survive, and you don't need the neurons that help you do other things that make you have more empathy or more flexibility or more capability to make abstract decision or complex decisions or abstract thought, and instead you focus all of your development on trying to survive the situation that you're in.
Can a developing fetus's brain be damaged by the stress a mother endures during pregnancy?
Yes, so there's literature, for example, mothers who are a victim of domestic violence, or mothers who don't have adequate nutrition, or unstable environment, that actually affects brain development of the fetus also. And that's because the hormones that the mother makes, the fight or flight hormones, can actually cross through the placenta to the baby and affect brain development even during that period.
And can a child's brain be damaged by witnessing violence and abuse?
Yes, as I said, being raised in an environment where there's domestic abuse, and it's not so much seeing it and having conscious memory, it's being in an environment that is unstable or stressful, and having those hormonal surges during infancy and childhood that affect brain development.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with a demonstrative aid?
May.
So we have a model of the brain here. Can you please go through the model and explain to the jury the parts of the brain relevant to your testimony today and what the function of that part of the brain is?
Sure. So, and just to give a little background, you probably went through some of this with Dr. Snyder, but when you're looking at the brain, obviously we have two halves, right? So this would be the right hemisphere, and this would be the left hemisphere, and the two halves are actually connected by the corpus callosum, which I think you've heard about from Dr. Snyder. It's one of the areas that mark out evidence of injury on neuroimaging. That connection I'll show you when we take it apart, but that's kind of a specific part of the brain that's commonly injured with any type of traumatic brain injury, for example. If we look at the brain then from the top, so this would be the frontal lobe, this would be the parietal lobe, this would be the occipital lobe in the back, and I'll show you the temporal lobe is kind of buried down on the side. And so the areas where marked abnormalities, he had abnormalities in the parietal lobe, which are important for visual processing of information. So visual spatial orientation, it's things like facial recognition, counting, processing visual stimuli, and also visual memory. And I know you'll hear testimony about that Mark has deficits in verbal and nonverbal memory, for example, and visual and memory impairments. And so visual memory is processed through the parietal lobe. The occipital lobe, which he does not have evidence of injury in, is more actually for vision itself. So people who have occipital lobe injuries, they're blind. That's not an area that is an issue for Mark. Take this out. Okay, so then if we take it out, again, just sort of to orient us, now we're looking at the bottom of the brain. And so this area is like falling apart, but this is your cerebellum. That's important for coordination. He doesn't have any issues, but I removed that so that we can get to the temporal lobe. So remember I said the temporal lobes will kind of bury down on the side. And so he had abnormalities in his temporal lobes. The temporal lobes are important for auditory processing, so sound, auditory memory. So again, like verbal memory, for example, versus the parietal lobes are more for like non-verbal memory. And then the temporal lobes also help affect emotional regulation. So they process information through with the limbic system. And the limbic system is things like the amygdala, for example, which was one of the areas that Mark also had abnormalities in. And we'll take this apart here. So this is corpus callosum here. It was, again, the connection between the two halves that Mark had an issue with. This is the brainstem. And if we kind of dig out the brainstem and we get deep in here, then we have, again, the amygdala kind of sits in here along with the basal ganglia, and it connects to the what's called the limbic system, which really connects the temporal lobes and the frontal lobes. And so, hopefully making sense of this, but so your temporal areas, which is where you process memory and store memory, the very middle part of that's referred to is the hippocampus, which is where it's important for memory storage. A lot of our memory is stored with auditory or olfactory or visual cues.
So if I'm gonna object, it's just narrative.
Need a vote?
No, so just a little bit directed, that's fine.
Sure.
All right, Dr. Nelson, Dr. Snyder testified yesterday that Mr. Wilson had several areas of abnormality in his brain scan. Can you please explain what the potential effects of these abnormalities were?
Sure. So maybe the short way to get to it is you mentioned the parietal lobe was one area that was abnormal. Again, that's for visual processing, visual memory. And again, things that come through the parietal lobe when we convert it to a memory goes to the hippocampus, or things that come from the temporal lobe, which is auditory memory, for this auditory processing, where he also had an abnormality. Then that means that those individuals who have those abnormalities have problems with visual and auditory recall. And so when you test them for verbal and nonverbal memory, you see deficits in their memory. The other thing though is he had abnormalities in the hippocampus, which again is for your memory, and he had evidence of abnormalities in like the amygdala, which is the structure that's for your limbic system. And limbic really is your fight or flight system. So when the limbic system gets activated, it makes your heart rate go up, it makes your pupils dilate, it makes you, ready to fight. And people who have limbic system abnormalities, they can have an over response to emotional stimuli. So they can become, they may cry, or they may get angry, or they may have other emotional type of abnormalities. And it's important because the limbic system is also controlled by the frontal lobes, which Mark has evidence of abnormalities on this neuropsych testing, which are supposed to rank down the limbic system. And so if you have a limbic system that's sort of overactive and telling you to do things, because you have a frontal lobe system that's supposed to put the brakes on the limbic system, it's not working properly, then that's where people are impulsive, they make wrong decisions, they can't do abstract thinking or delayed gratification, and instead they're kind of like children. I think children are the classic example of somebody who has an overly active limbic system and not an active frontal lobe. And so, right, that's why you take your child to the store and they want a toy and they don't listen. You don't want to buy them the toy because you don't have money or time, and they throw a tantrum and try to grab it away. Hit you and whatever. That's a classic example of an overactive limbic system and a lack of frontal lobe inhibition, which is areas that are affected again in Mark.
All right, when you evaluated Mr. Wilson and reviewing the records that you were sent, and also the reports from other doctors, did you come to find out that he had several head injuries?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
So the several that were described, number one is he had a go-kart incident where he crashed his go-kart, flipped over the steering wheel, his bottom teeth went through his lip, and he struck his head. He also had at least one car accident in which a sibling, I believe, had a fracture, and again, he hit his head. He also had some motorcycle crashes. I think when he ran into the house, and also for Dad's deposition testimony, he would race motorcycles and have frequent crashes, but never wore a helmet.
All right, and what do you mean by Mr. Wilson does not have a great memory without prompting?
So, and I think this comes back to, again, what was shown on his neurocognitive testing, is he has difficulty, if you just ask broad questions, he has difficulty coming up with an answer to describe something because he has impairments in verbal and nonverbal memory. And so if you just say, I don't know, tell me something about your childhood that was bad, I don't know, right? How do you pick from there? So if you're specific, then you can help guide him to the memory that he's trying to recall. So if you say, well, tell me about an example where you saw X, or tell me about an example where you struck your head, or tell me about an example where you crashed your motorbike, then the memory's there. He just can't pull it out of the he has poor retrieval because of the deficits that he has in his verbal and nonverbal memory.
Did he appear to be trying to malinger or fake his symptoms?
No.
Do individuals with brain damage always have a low IQ or average, or borderline IQ?
No.
Can individuals with a low, average, or borderline IQ have issues with decision making?
Yes.
How?
So again, when you're making decisions, it's not just about IQ, because IQ really is how intelligent you are to do like answer specific guided questions on testing. But when you're trying to make complex decisions like abstract thought, like gratification, executive function, that's a much higher level. A classic example of that is your adolescent, right? Your 14-year-old child can do geometry and read Moby Dick and tell you about what it means, but they can't do common sense things like, you shouldn't ride on the hood of your friend's car, or you shouldn't, invite all your friends over and party while we're out of town. And that's because their frontal lobes don't work yet, because adolescents haven't developed it, full frontal lobe development. And so again, your ability to make complex decisions or other things that involve your executive function or frontal lobe function are independent of IQ. And that's why, a lot of us have kids, right, who are really smart, but you have to always remind them, like, hello, use your common sense. And I think common sense is kind of the layman's term for that executive function thing that's supposed to kick in and say, like, don't put the book in your pocket just because you want it, that kind of thing.
And when speaking with Mr. Wilson, did he speak to you about his upbringing?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
Well, so number one, he told me he had a very unhappy childhood. In large part, it was due to a lot of different things. So number one, he witnessed a lot of drug and alcohol abuse by his parents and other people in his family. He was introduced to drug and alcohol at a very young age. So late childhood, he was already using both drugs and alcohol. And he unfortunately had a sustained pattern of that through much of his life. Furthermore, he witnessed domestic violence and violence by his father towards his mother, as well as other women that his father dated. But I think the biggest thing is he just felt a constant sense of never having a place to belong or never having any type of safety. He was moved from state to state and home to home without any type of stability. He never had time to make friends. He never had time to, establish himself in a school setting. Again, there was always this constant sense of wondering if he'd have enough to eat, wondering if he'd have clothes to wear, having his stuff taken from him or sold, to pay for things, like drugs by people in his family. I think when I asked him to describe in one sentence what his childhood was like, he said really a constant sense of never feeling safe. never feeling that he had a home.
And would this traumatic and chaotic upbringing have had an effect on Mr. Wilson's growing and developing brain as a child?
Yes, I mean, again, he lived in an environment that his fight or flight instinct essentially had to be on all the time. Right, so he had to figure out what he was going to eat, what he was going to wear, and how he's going to take care of himself, and how he's going to take care of his siblings, because he didn't have a family who was providing for him in the way that they should. And unfortunately, that affects the development of that child into an adult.
That would go back to the pruning you talked about earlier.
Yes.
And can you please tell the jury what effect having PTSD has on someone's ability to remember and recount events?
Sure, and maybe somebody you know, like a veteran, for example, who has PTSD from the war. So the hallmark of PTSD is that you have alterations in memory. Sometimes it can be perseverance of some memories that trigger, right? So like a veteran hears a backfire and they have an emotional breakdown because it brings back all the memories flooding back from the war. Or it can also be that memories are blocked out, so they don't remember things because they're too traumatic. They can't deal with the emotions that come up from that memory. And so literally the hallmark of PTSD is aberrant memory.
And can you please tell the jury what effect Mr. Wilson's PTSD, depression, and brain insults had on his memory?
So as demonstrated, obviously on his neuroimaging, he had abnormal findings, on his brain, but also on his neurocognitive testing, he had abnormalities across multiple domains. Again, that's really a reflection of all of the injuries that occurred to his brain. Being raised in an environment of constant stress due to the various factors that we discussed, combined with the traumatic brain injuries, combined with, chronic drug and alcohol abuse, and really combined with modeling, right? Like, how do we determine the type of person we're supposed to be in our life? We model our parents, right? They're the example that we look at. And if your parents don't provide a model for you on how to develop into a functional adult, unless you have somebody else who fills that gap, you're not going to develop along the trajectory to become a functional adult.
Can you please give an explanation as to why Mr. Wilson has difficulties with making choices?
So this comes back to the executive function deficits that we talked about. So again, when your limbic system is activated, your limbic system is all about now, what do I need to survive, right? Do I need to run? Do I need to steal? Do I need to fight? Do I need to, whatever. And the limbic system is very primitive, but it develops because it's what helps us survive in situations where we need it. What's supposed to happen though is your frontal lobe or executive function is supposed to inhibit the limbic system, except when, those times when the limbic system needs to sort of take over to help us make proper decisions. And unfortunately, in Mark's case, the balance between his ability to inhibit the limbic system and the activity of the limbic system is tipped such that the limbic system is sort of rules the roost, I guess. And so again, he makes decisions impulsively rather than with thought.
How does Mr. Wilson's brain differ from a nourished and rich brain without deficits when making choices?
So again, his brain didn't develop properly. So due to that pruning that we talked about, the connections between the various neurons and the various parts of his brain didn't develop such that he can make decisions using, sort of abstract thought or delayed gratification. And again, unfortunately, if the brain doesn't develop properly going through childhood, there's no way to go back and fix it. You can't take a pill and just fix the brain. The brain is unfortunately, permanently damaged if you're raised in an environment that doesn't promote proper brain development. And we see this not just with humans, but even animal studies. Like if you take monkeys, for example, and you deprive them from any type of interaction with their mother, then they actually grow up to be non-functional adult monkeys. Like they can't function because, again, the connections that they need to develop in order to become an adult of their species requires a proper environment, being raised by a parent that shows them love and caring.
Based on Mr. Wilson's brain damage and trauma that is, he has endured, do you believe he is an individual who intentionally tried to make wrong choices?
No,
Do you believe that Mr. Wilson lacked the ability to appropriately regulate his emotions at baseline?
yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, I think that, what we see is that throughout his life, in people who have difficulty managing their emotions or making decisions, often they self-medicate, and that's really what was done in this case. I mean, chronic drug and alcohol abuse, unfortunately, is often used by people who have a lot of emotional dysregulation and emotional instability, and so they use medications to try to modify that state. But that actually doesn't help in the long run. It actually makes it worse in the long run. And so it just causes additional injury to the brain that makes the person more and more unable to make proper decisions or conform within the norms of society.
And do you believe at the time of the murder, Mr. Wilson was under the influence of an extreme mental or emotional disturbance?
Yes.
And what was that? Or what would be the reason for that?
So again, a couple things. So number one, at the time of the incident, he was sleep deprived and he was under the influence of different substances, including alcohol, methamphetamine, et cetera. And then number two, there was some type of stress involving his belief that his daughter was at risk of harm, either of sexual molestation or abuse or some other type of issue. But at least at that time, he believed to be true. And if you combine that with his underlying neurocognitive issues and sleep deprivation and drug intoxication, where he even describes that he gets auditory hallucinations, for example, then again, that makes something seem rational in that setting, that when you're not in that setting, in retrospect, is clearly not rational. And again, I always come back to children, right? Children do things that to them seem completely rational, but they're not. And that's really, people who have brain cognitive dysfunction and combine that with drug and alcohol abuse, again, you're functioning at the level of a child.
And do you believe at the time of the murder, Mr. Wilson's capacity to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law was substantially impaired?
Yes.
And why do you believe that?
Well, again, I would say that, the combination of the various injuries to his brain, again, from, the environment that he was raised in, the traumatic brain injuries, the drug and alcohol abuse, the sleep deprivation, that all of these combined made it such that at that moment, he was unable to make proper decisions. He was unable to understand the ramifications of his actions, and at the time what he thought he was doing seemed to be the right decision. That obviously in retrospect was not. But at that time, it appeared to him to be the best decision.
Did you speak to Mr. Wilson about the two murders?
I did not.
Why not?
Well, for a couple of reasons. Because number one, if you look at the various statements and things like that, I think there is a lot of he has a lot of discrepancies in trying to describe the events around the situation around the event. And I think in part is because he has a lot of memory issues. I mean, most of the questions that he's asked, he says he doesn't remember or he doesn't know. I think some of that's, again, people who have a traumatic experience often have memory issues, but we also know that just at baseline, he has memory issues. So, I don't think there's any value in rehashing what's already been laid out in a number of different transcripts.
And so you had the opportunity to review his transcript?
I did.
And Dr. Snyder testified yesterday, he talked about clinical correlation. What is that?
Well, clinical correlation just means that if you see an abnormality on imaging, that doesn't tell you how that necessarily manifests. You then want to look at the actual patient and see what clinical symptoms or signs that they have. And so that can be, a neurological exam, or it also can be neurocognitive testing. And really the most sensitive way to determine the effect of brain injury on a patient's function is to do neurocognitive testing, where you actually do standardized tests and you test things like verbal and nonverbal memory, executive function, intelligence. I know you'll get some testimony on that, where you go through these standardized tests and you can compare them to norms. You also can compare them to people who have the same IQ. And so that's where IQ is helpful. If you see that somebody has a normal IQ or slightly low IQ, but you see significant impairments in certain aspects of the testing, then that is a clinical correlation with the injuries seen on imaging.
Is it your understanding that Dr. Crop performed that testing?
He did, yes.
And reviewing the areas of Mr. Wilson's brain that show areas of damage, do you believe, in your opinion as a neurologist, that there is a clinical correlation for the existence of a brain injury?
Yes, the testing done by Dr. Crop demonstrated deficits in the areas that were shown to be abnormal, as discussed by Dr. Snyder.
Can you say when these injuries occurred?
No, again, I would say the injuries are a constellation of all of the injuries to his brain over his lifetime. At the end of the day, his brain is what it is, and it's a combination of everything from, his any injuries that occurred during the intrauterine environment up through the time of testing.
So it could have happened while he was still in the womb or shortly thereafter?
Yes, it could have been while he was in the womb, during childhood, or throughout adolescence, early adult life.
In your opinion, for our purposes today, does it matter whether Mr. Wilson's brain was injured by a car accident or before his birth?
No, again, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
And are all the opinions that you shared with the jury today within your reasonable degree of medical and neurological certainty?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
State cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Morning, doctor. How you doing, sir?
Very good. How are you?
Good. So first, you testified that you charged $500 an hour. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case, sir?
I do.
Remember testifying in the deposition?
Yes,
Sworn to tell the truth?
yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge? On page 45, line 4 through 6. You can look at that and read it, sir. Just look for page 45, line 4 through 6. Just read yourself. And then if you read past that through 11.
Okay.
And do you remember how much you charging an hour now, sir?
Oh, I don't see it on what you gave me, but I can tell you my typical rate is
No,
600.
I'm asking you to read your deposition. Okay, so let's read here. Page 45, you're on 47, so 45 is the page we're going to.
Took the page in.
Yeah, that's why I said 45. Okay, so if you can read 4 through 11, it might help you.
Okay.
How much you charging, sir?
I think what I said here was, I think it's 450 or 500.
Can you please read on? Read on and I'll ask you a question.
Yes, I said, can you pull it up so we have an idea, just don't wing it? And I said, sure, it's 600.
Right, so I asked you how much you're paid. You said
Yes.
4 to 500, and I asked you to actually check. And you actually testified just, what, a week ago, that it was 600?
Well, that's my typical rate. I just didn't remember what it was for this case.
But you looked it up a week ago, and you said it was 600. You
So-
forget today?
Move on.
Okay, so you put in 30 hours at least,
Yeah, I'd say that's reasonable.
so $18,000, right?
Yes,
Plus another, what, $15,000 for coming down here to testify?
I don't know. I'd have to look at the contract.
So what do you think it would cost you to come down and take your time and testify?
I don't remember for different cases. Sometimes it's billed by hourly and sometimes it's billed as a flat fee. I don't recall what it was in this case.
So you didn't look at that before you came?
No, I do it afterwards when I'm doing the billing.
Do you remember we went through that in your deposition too?
We probably did. I just don't recall. Again, I don't look at the billing stuff until I do the billing.
Right. So in your deposition, we talked about it and you had said that you were not doing a flat rate. This one, it was gonna be hourly. Remember that? You want me to have you read it?
I mean, I'll go with whatever I said, whatever's on the contract. Again, I don't recall the specifics.
Okay, so you're gonna get at least $25,000 from this case, right? You'd agree?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably reasonable.
Okay, and you make about $100,000 to $150,000 a year doing this kind of work, correct?
Yes,
And in your time, sir, you have testified, I guess, 4 or 5, well, maybe 5 or 6 times in death penalty cases, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but that sounds probably accurate.
Okay, and 95% of the time it's for the defense, correct?
Well, I think in the state of Florida, I've done mostly defense cases. If I look outside the state of Florida, then I've done more cases for the prosecution.
Okay, well, I'm asking you specifically on death penalty.
Yes, I think for death penalty, it's been more for the defense.
Okay, well, do you remember saying it's at least 95%?
Well, I would have to do the math. I mean, I think I've done.
Maybe I could refer you to your deposition.
Yes,
If you can go to page. Look at page 50 if you can. And I'll have you read page line. Let's start at line 14 through 17. And just read that to yourself, then I'll just ask you a question again.
okay.
And how much do you testify in death penalty cases for the defense? Percentage wise.
Percentage wise? You're asking me for what's in the transcript or you're asking me in
Well,
general?
the transcript was you testifying truthfully, right?
Yes,
Okay, and in the transcript, didn't you say like 95% would have been for the defense and maybe 5% for the state, and your answer was yeah.
well, I think what I went on and clarified that answer, though. I said I do about 50-50 between defense and prosecution. I would agree that for defense case, capital murder cases, that the majority have been for the defense, though, yes,
Right, you'd agree with that, right?
yes.
You come in and try, and when you met with Mr. Wilson, he knew you were hired by his team to help you, right? Help him?
I'm assuming yes.
Yeah, well, did you tell him? I mean, if you just jumped on Zoom with him standing there looking at you, don't you think he'd be surprised?
Well, I mean, I did inform him that I was retained by his attorney, but I'm assuming that also the attorney had told him some information.
Okay. You've been retained by Ms. Peoples on other death penalty cases, correct?
There may have been at least one other, yes.
Okay. The majority of the patients you see, though, are children. You'd agree? That's your specialty?
Yeah, I would say that 85% of them are pediatric.
Okay, and you said you're board certified in pediatric neurology, right?
Yeah, technically it's neurology with special qualification in child neurology.
Right. So I was trying to figure out though, is there those people who do that in Florida who have that certification?
I would assume, yeah, there's any major medical center would have a child neurologist.
Would it surprise you that there's over 150 of those in Florida?
No.
Objection relevance.
Just trying to illustrate that he's out of
Points
state.
been made, move on to the next. You can argue the points later.
So you never got, when we did the deposition originally, you formulated your opinion at that time, right? About what he was doing during the time of the crime, correct? Your thoughts?
Well, I formulated my opinions off the information that I had, and then since that time, I've reviewed additional information.
Right, you remember that before you formulated your opinion that at the time of the capital felony, he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional distress or disturbance, and the capacity of him to appreciate what he was doing at the time, his conduct. Before, when we did your deposition, you hadn't reviewed his statement at all, had you, sir?
No, I had only reviewed some shorter like summaries, and then I had reviewed information in other expert reports or documents.
So when you were testifying previously that at the time of the crime, there was these certain issues with his mental functioning, you did that before even reviewing any information about at the time of the crime, correct?
So as I stated in my deposition, that was based upon the constellation of injuries that he had suffered. In other words,
I don't think that was the question I asked you. So I think the question was, you made that decision before even reviewing anything at the time of the crime, right? Simple yes or no?
I had not reviewed his statement. I'd reviewed other testimony and other documents.
So how much of his statement did you review?
I believe all of it. I mean, it was several hundred-page statement.
Did you watch it?
I did not watch the video. I just read the transcript.
So you didn't actually get the context of what he was saying, correct?
I think I got the context. I mean, I read the transcript closely.
Okay, well, let's be specific about that. So what does he say happened before the murder?
Well, I think it depends on where you read it. So I think when you read through his transcript, it's a little bit difficult to piece together exactly the timeline because there's some variable statements about what he did or what time things were done at.
Let's be specific, because you're testifying about at the time of the crime. Specifically, before he even comes off that he did the murder to the police, what does he tell them about his timeline?
Well, I mean, number one, he certainly in the testimony talks about his sleep deprivation and use of methamphetamine for several days leading up to the timeline or up to the event.
Okay.
And then that morning, he talks about going to the store, going to get gas for the car, going to the doctor appointment for his girlfriend.
So he has a pretty good memory of what he did starting at, you remember what time he said he went to the store?
I don't remember specifically, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock, something like that.
So if he had said 6 or 6:30 in his statement, you would go with that, you'd agree that?
Yeah, I don't recall
Right.
specific times.
Well, and he says that he does that, and he actually remembers exactly what he gets at the store, you remember that?
I think he got gas and then I think his girlfriend, Cindy, went into the store.
You don't recall him saying in his statement that he went in and needed to get a specific coffee for the family, and then he went and got specific donuts for his child?
Yeah, there was that trip to the store and then they went back to get gas and then I think Cindy went and bought something with part of the $10 or something
Sure.
that her father had given him.
So he's given a pretty good recitation of his time window. What does he say he does after he goes to the store the first time? Comes back with donuts and with coffee. What does he do after that?
He said he comes back and lays around watching TV or something for a bit.
Does he do anything else?
He plays with his daughter, spends some time with his daughter.
Do you recall him saying they're folding laundry?
Yes, they were doing laundry, something about they didn't have power in their place, and so they were trying to catch up on laundry.
Okay, so far, he's got a pretty good memory of what's going on. You'd agree of what happened before the murder?
Yes, I mean, that memory seems appropriate.
Right, and he in fact says him and his girlfriend have sex, right? Remember
Yes.
that? Okay, so he's reciting to the police a pretty vivid memory. This person who has a cognitive issue where it has to be specific questions, he's giving a good overview to the police of what they did that morning, right?
Yes, he's providing a good history.
No issues with blackouts at that point when he's talking to the police, no issues with, not understanding what's going on, no issues with, I forgot this or that. He's giving them a good recitation, right? We're talking about up to the time before he murders the kids, right?
Yes.
Okay. So and we'll come back to that in a moment. Let's talk about, did you review the 3 statements that were taken at like 12 o'clock, which would have been a couple hours after the murder that were reported by the police?
No, the only one I saw was the long statement that was provided to me.
You would agree that 3 statements that are recorded for you to listen to would have been beneficial for you to tell his mindset, what was going on at the time and how he was thinking. Would you agree?
They may have, it would be speculative for me to say what impact they would have had without having listened to them.
You weren't provided those, were you?
No.
Okay, so you didn't have something in super close proximity to the time of the crime for you to review about his mental thought and process, correct?
No, I have just his statement that was provided.
Did you talk to any of the police officers who came in contact with him hours after the murder?
No.
Did you talk to any of them to get his mental thoughts, mental impressions?
No.
Okay, did you talk to any of the family members who had interaction with him? Anybody who might know what he was thinking, what was going through his mind just a couple hours after the murder?
No.
Did you listen to the car recording with his mother where he confesses to the crime and is talking to his mom?
No, the recording is mentioned in the transcript, but I did not actually listen to it.
Right, which that would have been something beneficial for you. If you're making a decision about what happens around or at the time of the murder or during the murder, don't you think something talking about the murder would be beneficial for you to have?
Well, again, so my opinion is really based on more his constellation of.
So I know you want to go and talk about something different, but my question to you was, don't you think that would be important for you to have something about talking about at the time of the murder?
Objection asked and answered.
I mean, I would say without having listened to it, I can't say what impact it would have had.
Okay, but would you have liked to listen to it,
Oh, yeah, I mean, if it had been sent to me, I would have listened to it.
not provided to you?
No.
Did you review any other statements of any other witnesses in the case?
No, I just reviewed the transcripts that were provided to me.
Of who?
The father, of stepmother, and then of the various experts on both sides.
Right, so you didn't get any witness statements from people actually in close proximity coming in contact with him?
No.
Okay. Did you review any of the autopsy photographs?
No.
Okay. Did you review any of the scene photographs?
No.
Did you review a letter that the defendant wrote probably about 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours before he killed the boys, talking about his mental impressions?
No, I didn't see the letter. I just saw a reference to it in the statement that he gave.
Did you ask for that from the defense so you can review it to make an opinion?
No.
Was that provided to you?
No.
Did you review any of his jail calls with his family members to have an insight into his cognitive functioning and how he communicates with people?
No.
Let's talk about TBI, the traumatic brain injury you're saying he had from the car crashes or from the incidences, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree with me that symptoms of a TBI would be, could be convulsions or seizures, right?
Could be.
Still no documentation, no evidence of convulsions or seizures from him, right?
I'm not aware of that in the records.
Anything of epilepsy, see anything of that?
No.
That's another sign of a TBI, right?
It could be.
Yes. Do you see anything about clear fluids from his nose or ears being reported?
No, I mean, that would imply a fracture. I don't see any evidence in the records.
Right, but that's also a symptom of a TBI, right? Could be.
Yeah, I mean, these symptoms would be a pretty severe TBI or something would end up, in the ICU. Yes.
Any inability to awaken from being asleep?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right.
Other than when he's used drugs, perhaps.
Right, and what about problems with speech? See any problems with his speech when you spoke to him?
I didn't notice any problems. I mean, I would defer if there was any evidence on the neurocognitive testing to Dr. Crum.
But you conversed with him for about an hour and a half, right? 2 hours maybe?
Yes, I mean, he was able to carry on a conversation.
You see any problems with dizziness or loss of balance for him in any of the records?
No, I don't recall seeing that.
Any blurred vision issues?
No.
Any ringing in the ears?
Well, I don't recall him saying that he had any of those symptoms.
A what?
I don't think he had any of those symptoms. I did.
Well, I'm just going through the long list. You're saying he had a TBI, so I'm going through all the symptoms that a practitioner like yourself might look for to diagnose that, right? These are things you'd want to look for?
You don't look for them in the acute setting. I mean, obviously, if he had a TBI many years ago, then these symptoms would not be present. Currently, these would be things that potentially could have been present at that time. I found his recall of the events to be fairly poor.
Right, so let me ask you this then. You don't have any evidence of any of these symptoms of a TBI that were acute at the time reported anywhere, right? No one, from any of the depositions you read, no medical records, nothing indicative of any of these signs of a symptom of a TBI, right? Except for what you're seeing now about his memory issues and what's on this brain scan, correct?
Yeah, the only other thing would be Dad's testimony, where he said that after the car accident, he felt that Mark was more clumsy or less coordinated or never quite the same after the accident, which would go along with the TBI, but that's the only information. That's the only evidence I'm aware of that's in any transcript.
Right, and did you ask Mark about that?
I did, he didn't really recall the specifics.
So the person who would have all these issues going forward from, let's say, 13 on, about loss of coordination, maybe a little more clumsy, they didn't report that any of it to you?
I think he has difficulty recalling the details, so honestly.
No, so I'm not asking about details of that, I'm asking about going forward from 13 on. Did Mr. Wilson report to you at all that he's clumsy, he can't have coordination, he's not good at keeping track of what's going on with his physical, faculties? Did he report that to you?
Objection, asked and answered.
So I wouldn't say he has particular coordination issues. I think it was more the father noticed before and after. I don't think Mark had enough insight to recognize if there was a difference before and after. I mean, this was also a time period where there were a lot of other things going on. Like that was when he first started to use illicit substances. He had certainly a lot of other issues going on at that time.
Sure, so let's just try, the question is, did Mark report to you any sort of issues with his balance, with his dexterity, with his ability to function like a normal person? I'm not asking you to compare it to before, but did Mark ever indicate any of those to you?
Objection, argumentative.
I don't believe he complained of any of that.
Okay. You would agree he had no weakness, numbness, or dizziness, right?
Yes, I mean, not by history. Again, I didn't physically lay hands on him, but at least by history, he didn't have any.
And when you spoke to Mark, he never reported to you that he hit his head in that car crash, correct?
No, he did. He reported that he hit his head. He thought that he had some type of head injury, but I don't think he recalled the specifics of it. And just to add to that,
You don't have to add, it's just it's questions.
Well,
No, but it's in response to questions, Doctor. I know you want to add stuff.
just trying to-
Other council have a chance to follow up, Doctor.
Sure.
We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's move on to you mentioned that he was having auditory hallucinations.
Yes.
Okay, what did he tell you about those, sir?
Just that he would hear voices when he would be under the influence of drugs.
Okay, what did those voices tell him to do?
I don't know that they specifically told him to do things. I certainly saw it mentioned in the deposition transcript of one of the state witnesses also,
Sure. I'm not asking you, I'm asking you, when you spoke to him, what did he tell you about those?
that they would talk to him, but he didn't have any specifics about them telling him to do something. He just said that they would, hear them mumble or he would see shadow people.
So he sees shadow people, but they never told him to do anything, right? Never told him to do any sort of thing like harm people or hurt people, right?
I don't think he specifically said they did.
Right. You would have made note of that if the shadow people told him to harm people, right?
Yeah, I think more it was just notable that he saw and heard things that he, when he was not under the influence, recognized were not real.
What do you say about the day of the murder, about the shadow people?
Well, we didn't discuss specifically the day of the murder. We discussed that leading up to the incident that he was using multiple substances. But I didn't ask him specifically on that day if he heard voices or saw things that weren't there.
Okay, so these are two things that you testified to that you felt like were appropriate, that Mr. Wilson was, first off, the capital felony was committed while he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could just parse out this sentence, it was committed. Wow. Okay, so does that mean to you at the time of the crime, that's what he was under?
Well, yeah, I mean, as I stated, so he was sleep deprived, he was.
It was just a question of,
But
it's
yes.
just a question of while at the time. So just the
Yes.
straight words where everybody understands, was committed while at the time.
Yes.
So you didn't ask him any questions about the murder though?
No, at the time that I spoke to him, that was prior to his being found guilty, so I did not ask him any questions about the actual event.
So you're here to testify to this jury that at the time of the capital felony was committed, he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, but you didn't ask one question about the murder.
I did not, like I said, I read his statement subsequent to that.
Well, you made your decision before reading his statement, didn't you, sir?
Well, my opinion stands. My opinion was based on the information that I had, these factors were true. Reading his statement just confirmed my opinion.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You had the ability to talk to Mr. Wilson again, correct? After he's convicted.
Potentially.
And why does it matter if you talk to him about it before he's convicted? You're his doctor, it's not public yet, right?
Well, technically, anything that I talked to him about would be discoverable, so I again, you know, I always have to tell him, right, anything he tells me, it's something I can be asked about and have to talk about.
Okay, so after he's convicted, which would have been what, like October, I don't know, like 12th, something like that? Around that time, 13th maybe?
Maybe.
Your deposition was taken October 20th. You certainly had about a week to talk to him again about it, correct?
Yes, I mean,
You
I
did not, right?
no, I did not.
Okay, and in fact, you never asked him about how he killed the children, did you?
No.
You never asked him about when he was using the drugs before killing the children, did you?
Well,
A
like I said,
specific time.
I did not ask time. He talked about that up to the incident that he was not sleeping and that he was using multiple substances, but I did not ask him specifically what was the last time that he took a drug.
You don't think that's important to know the last time someone takes a drug to see if it's affecting them at the time of a murder?
No, I mean, I think that he has a chronic history of drug and alcohol abuse combined with his other neurocognitive deficits.
So in your, just so we're clear, in your expert opinion, as a doctor who relies on science and reasoning, that you don't think it's important to know whether or not he's specifically under the active influence of a drug at the time he's committing a murder?
Well, I think that it can play a role, but I think that his baseline brain dysfunction, as demonstrated on his neurocognitive testing and on his neuroimaging, placed him, in a state where he would be more susceptible to make a wrong decision or commit a crime. I mean, unfortunately, that's sort of been his history throughout his adulthood.
How many people did he kill in 2010?
Well, I believe these are the only two.
2011,
I don't believe there's any other instances.
2012, 2013,
Like I said,
2014?
I think these are the only two instances. So no one-
Argumentative.
Right, so you're here saying though, he has this organic issues with his brain and he so can't make good decisions, but we have no other incidences of him killing people before this incident. You'd agree with that?
I'm not aware of any other instances, but that just because you commit a crime only once doesn't mean, you don't have to commit the crime over and over again to say that the person is susceptible to committing that crime. What I'm stating is based upon the constellation of brain dysfunctions that he has, that he has difficulty controlling his emotional state and making proper decisions. And unfortunately, in this particular instance, it led to, two individuals losing their lives.
Well, they were murdered. They
Yes.
just lose their life,
Yes.
right? And they were murdered viciously, right? Did you see any of the pictures?
Objection, speculation.
I haven't seen the photos.
Are you aware of him ever being violent before? Did you see any documentation of him being violent before in his 30 prior years of this brain dysfunction that you say he has?
I'm not aware of him being violent. I think mostly he was witnessed violence.
Okay, so let's just be clear. We'll start with number one again. While he was while it was committed, he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance. After you had the opportunity to talk to him, you never asked him how he killed the children, did you?
No.
You never asked him how he.
Answered.
This is not. I didn't ask this specific question. Yet. You didn't ask him how he acquired the weapons before, did you, sir?
No.
You didn't ask him in what sequence he killed the children, did you?
No.
You didn't ask him why he killed the children, did you?
We didn't discuss it.
Okay, and then after he killed the children, you didn't ask him why he went and hid a hammer and a knife and wiped it off, did you, sir?
Again, we didn't discuss any of the events of the day.
Right, I'm just making sure we don't miss anything. And you didn't ask him why he originally lied to the police about committing the murder, did you, sir?
No, again, we didn't discuss the murders.
In fact, you discussed nothing about the murders with him, did you, sir?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the capacity of him to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. Once again, the conduct of that day when he murdered the children, correct?
Yes, and I think that's consistent with his history of a long inability to conform his behavior within the conforms of the law.
Tell me his long history of not being able to conform to killing people or violent against them. Name one other instance of violence or murder he's committed that he couldn't conform his conduct to.
Well, it doesn't have to be that act. So what I'm stating is he has a long history of inability to conform to the law. I mean, obviously, he's been incarcerated in the past. He's had multiple criminal activities. Why this particular day this happened, I mean, from reading his testimony, it appears that he believed at the time that there was some risk of harm to his daughter and that was part of the reason, but I didn't specifically ask him, and I would defer to whatever statements he's made or whatever is in the records.
So you're here testifying on his behalf to try and establish that the criminality of his conduct to conform was impaired, right?
Yes.
So you didn't ask him one question about the murder.
Because it doesn't matter about that particular day. He has a long history of having impaired ability to conform his behavior to the limits of the law, again, due to his abnormalities as documented on neuroimaging and neurocognitive testing.
Did you read his statement after? You reviewed his statement, right?
Yes,
And after he murdered the children, he had a clear recitation of what he did the rest of the day, right?
yes, I mean, he again described the events that he did.
Right. They packed up, they went to the doctor, right?
Yes,
Yep, at the doctor, he talks about going in originally, his daughter's fussy, he has to come outside and feed her, right? He recalls that, right?
yes,
And then he talks about after the doctor, they actually have to go to their old house because their dogs have fleas and they have to feed them, right? So he had enough memory while he's under the influence of this meth and the shadow people and all this stuff to have insight to go over and feed a dog that he'd been left alone in an apartment.
yes.
You find that unusual that he can remember everything before and everything after, but the 30 minutes or whatever time frame he's murdering 2 children and covering up that crime, he miraculously doesn't remember that?
So again, I think the event was committed due to a constellation of factors.
That was my question. My question for you, doctor, was, do you find it extremely odd that someone can remember everything before, everything after, but the 30 minutes of butchering and killing children, and then taking a knife and a hammer and cleaning them and hiding all the stuff, he doesn't remember any of that? You don't find that odd, sir?
Objection, argument.
I mean, certainly people can commit things that are traumatic, and they can have issues with their memory, whether it's on purpose or whether it's unconscious. I think it's difficult to say, but certainly it's common that traumatic events can be blocked out. Whether that's what Paulo explains part of it, I don't know. I defer to a psychologist.
Right, well, what would be great is if you had asked him that to see if there was any traumatic event going on at the time, but you didn't, did you, sir?
No, any information I have is from the statements or other documents provided to me.
The statement that you never watched, but you read on a piece of paper, right?
Yes,
Okay. And just so, one last thing, just to get with you, sir. He appreciated the criminal conduct enough of his conduct to lie to the police right after the crime. You'd agree, right? That's appreciating the criminal conduct.
I don't know what his motive was for lying, and I would state that there
What did he
was,
tell you it was?
I didn't ask him.
You didn't ask him that?
I didn't ask him about that day.
Okay, so he lies to the cops not once, not twice, 3 times, 4 times about it. And you don't think he understands the criminality of his conduct?
Well, I think he would understand it retrospectively. When I'm talking about him not understanding it, I mean, in that moment, I think retrospectively, he did understand it and ultimately, you know,
Right, in that moment, which you didn't ask him a question about, sir.
that's
Correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Redirect.
I believe you said on direct that people who have PTSD will often block out traumatic events. I believe you referred to in a war, maybe a veteran situation.
Yes, I mean, part of the, I guess one of the hallmarks of post-traumatic stress disorder is memory impairments or aberrant memories or abnormal memory associations.
And your opinions in regards to Mark were entirely based on other factors, not just one day. Is that fair to say?
Yes, my opinions were less about specifically that day and more based upon his the multiple factors that would impair his ability to make proper decisions or would make him prone to committing an impulsive act.
And is it unusual for individuals who grew up in poverty and with neglectful parents to receive substandard medical care or not be taken to the hospital when they're injured?
No, and in fact, that was one of the things that was pointed out by Mark, as well as his father even said it, that, you know, the children never went for medical care.
And do you see that in your clinical practice?
Unfortunately, yes.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Wilson, if he were under the influence of drugs, it could have been either he was high or he was still coming down, still be under the influence?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, is this permanent excusal?
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you very much, Doctor. You just stepped down.
I'm gonna let you go this way. Stop. Oh, sorry.
All right, ladies, jury, we're gonna take a break at this point. Morning break. This one might be a little bit longer. Viewers and I have some other stuff to talk about for a few minutes, so please don't discuss the case. Leave your notes on your seat. All right, the record reflects the jurors who have stepped out, parties and think about a 5-minute break here, let everyone use the restrooms real quick, and then we'll come back in and start discussing another slideshow. Recess for 5 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
Right after you get the email address.
Yeah, all right. What about that? There too. These are not big. They're just regular size. Why? Probably gonna do it. I know, but you know what they say. You can't waste it. I think that's the test. You don't pair against. I thought that you'd be like, no. Choose your favorite post right here. It's like, only one story of one way you make, and then whoever gains are more than dominant.
No, I don't care. Yes. It doesn't matter. Yeah. No, I don't.
That's nurture.
Right.
That's nurture.
No, I don't care. I did it all last time. I don't care at all. I'm just kidding. Got your brain.
I know, that's what I can't, it's not really mine, but my brain doesn't work, so I can't put it together very much.
Main City Court, come to order, court is back in session.
Is that your birthday, Brian?
No, I can't. put it together.
All right, for reflection, parties are being present, jury is not. My understanding is there's some section of the slide presentation is going to be used.
That's correct, Your Honor. However, as consulted with Dr. Communis, and he's not going to be using PowerPoint.
So remove the issues then, Steve?
Yes.
All right.
As a timing issue, though, at the rate that we're progressing, I'm thinking we might be done 11:30, and our two civilians are en route and there's some traffic issues, so we might not. Meaning when Dr. Communis is done, I'm not sure we'll have witnesses right away, but we will for the 1:30.
That's
That's fine. We go like a really chance of
a long lunch at Subway.
Yeah. Angels.
I don't know, those are like $10 a sub now. I'm checking some.
Well, one comment as well.
More than that.
Is it?
It has to be.
All right, so we're ready to bring the jury back out then?
Can I have Dr. Communis to take a seat now or not?
It's fine. You want to come on up, Doctor? All right, we're ready for the jury.
Check it right.
Sure.
I mean, three. There's still three that need.
All right, take a seat, please.
Yeah. All rise, the jurors enter the courtroom, please.
Thank you, please proceed.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you. You can speak directly in the.
Swear from the testimony shall be in this house, the truth, the whole truth, and so help you God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Please state your name.
My name is Michael Quinones.
And what is your occupation?
My occupation is a clinical and forensic psychologist specializing in trauma psychology.
And where are you licensed?
I'm licensed in the state of Florida.
And how does someone become licensed?
To become a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida, you first have to complete a American Psychological Association accredited graduate training program. Complete your 5-year degree in clinical psychology. Then you have to complete 4 years of training. Then you complete a 5th-year internship. And then after that, you complete a postdoc where you have to complete at least 2,000 hours supervised training. And then after that, you take a state licensing exam and a state rules and laws exam. After you pass the exams, meet the hours requirement, you're completing your licensure.
Can you explain to the jury your educational background?
Yes. I received my training at Nova Southeastern University, located in Davie, Florida. I received a PhD in clinical psychology, which consisted of 4 years of graduate training in intensive therapy, supervision, and coursework. And then I completed a 5th-year internship at an inpatient psychiatric hospital located in Hollywood, Florida. After I completed my internship, I did a postdoctoral residency, specializing in trauma psychology and trauma therapy for about 1.5 years. And after that, I received my licensure in January 2001. Part of my educational background in my graduate degree in clinical psychology is I specialize in both trauma treatment, diagnosis, evaluation, and therapy for trauma survivors, as well as a forensic concentration, where I did specific coursework and therapy training focused specifically for individuals who are incarcerated. So I would do group therapy for individuals who are incarcerated, specifically on skills training, trauma psychoeducation, and then I also specialize in providing trauma therapy services at a outpatient clinic that was at the university. And I participated in that for 3 out of the 4 years of my graduate training.
Now, I think you touched on this a little bit, but I'm going to ask you, can you explain the specialization that you have in psychology?
Sure. So I specialize in 2 specializations. So one is in trauma treatment, trauma psychology, that's so specifically to train in evaluation, diagnosis, and therapy for survivors of trauma. What I mean by trauma is it could range anywhere from survivors of prolonged childhood abuse to survivors of single incident PTSD, such as car accidents, any type of serious injury, also working with domestic violence survivors, working with families where there's domestic violence present in the home, also working with adolescents, working with children, adolescents, and adults in individual therapy setting to provide trauma-informed therapy, which could be focused on safety and stabilization, specific types of trauma processing therapy, and then helping them to make the transition from remediating trauma symptoms to having a functional and adequate life.
I also specialize in what I mentioned as a forensic concentration in my graduate training. In my forensic concentration was conducting forensic evaluations and specifically conducting group therapy in forensic settings. So I would go to specific sites that were jails in South Florida, and I provide group therapy to people who are incarcerated at those facilities.
Now, have you conducted any workshops for your professional peers?
Yes, I've been conducting workshops since 2017 as part of my graduate training. I've presented on average, I would say at 2 to 3 conferences a year since 2017, focused specifically on providing continuing education workshops and trainings focused on evaluation, diagnosis, and treatment of trauma. So that's going over specifically what treatment models a person can use for diagnosis and treatment of traumatization for survivors of trauma. Also providing continuing education workshops and supervision of trauma. So helping other professionals recognize how to provide adequate supervision to people they supervise who provide therapy as well. Providing trauma therapy is a very intensive process. So it's very important that people receive supervision in their trauma work because they're working with clients who have typically endured very painful, traumatizing experiences. I've also provided workshops on understanding the link between childhood adversity and trauma and how that impacts brain development and how to take those correlations into consideration when you do trauma-informed therapy as well.
Do you have any publications?
Yes, I have multiple publications. I have publications in a peer-reviewed journal focused specifically on the treatment of complex PTSD, which is a typical PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, as well as having disturbances in self-organization. I have a publication, a peer-reviewed publication focused on incarcerated adult male offenders and the prevalence of PTSD symptoms among that population that typically originate from adverse childhood experiences. I also have a publication, a peer-reviewed publication on supervision for providing trauma-informed treatment and therapy as well. And then this year I have published 2 book chapters. One book chapter I had published earlier this year, that's part of an overall text, a graduate level and professional level text on juvenile delinquency and the link between childhood adversity, the impairments and disruptions that go along with that, and how that can lead to an increased risk of juvenile delinquency. The chapter I co-authored for that text was specifically focused on the link between trauma, adversity, and toxic stress, its impacts on child development, and various types of adversities that kids would experience growing up, and how that would leave them at a predisposed risk of juvenile delinquency and adult offending. The second book chapter that I had published was actually September of this year. That chapter I authored independently for the text. It was specifically focused on a pathway of exposure to various types of adverse childhood experiences, how these types of adversity in childhood and adolescence can lead to development of trauma symptoms as well as dissociative symptoms. So in essence, the chapter was focused on the degree of intense stress and disruption and disconnection that can occur in a child's life as a result of these kinds of adversity, and that would lead to increased risk of trauma and dissociative symptoms.
Right, now, these studies, what's the primary focus of the studies, or really, who are they written for?
The studies and the book chapters are specifically written for other professionals in the field. Could be medical professionals, psychologists, licensed mental health counselors, clinical social workers, psychiatric professionals. They're also written for graduate level students and trainees who are receiving training in as generalists as psychologists or specializing in trauma therapy themselves.
Now, beyond being an educator and an author, do you still take on cases?
Yes, I'm currently running a full-time private practice where I specialize in seeing children, adolescents, adults. I also work with couples and families who have either experienced traumatization at some point in their lives, or there has been a history of domestic violence situations in the household, or they've experienced single incident, serious issues where they receive serious injury, or single incident PTSD, such as car crashes, accidents, things of that nature.
All right, now do you belong to any professional associations?
Yes, I belong to the International International Society for the Study of Trauma and Association, otherwise known as ISSTD. Member of American Psychological Association as well. Member of the Psychotherapy Division, which is a subdivision as part of the American Psychological Association. Also a member of the American Society of Clinical Hypnosis and a member of the Florida Society of Clinical Hypnosis.
Now, have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes.
And how much do you charge per hour?
For forensic work, I charge $350.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
I would say I've worked about probably around 20 to 24 hours on these things.
Now, sometimes you get hired and your opinion is, let me rephrase this. Sometimes you're hired, but your opinion is not favorable for the client.
Yes, that's happened on one occasion.
And have you previously testified in a state court regarding psychology?
Yes.
And have you ever been, or what state is that?
State of Florida.
Now, our defense offers this witness for his opinions in psychology.
No objection.
Without objection. We've done this one, so.
So, Dr. Quinones, if you can explain to the jury or tell them about treatment of, I know you touched on this, but just a little further, treatment of patients who suffer trauma in general.
Could you repeat the question again, sir?
It's all right, it's just explaining to the jury the treatment of patients who suffer trauma in general. So not the specific forms of it, but generally speaking.
Generally speaking, the general guidance on trauma therapy in general is generally looked at like a three-phase approach. For many folks who have survived trauma, and that could be abuse in adulthood, childhood, or adolescence, multiple types of traumatization. The first thing you want to assess and address in the onset of therapy is what's known as safety and stabilization. Generally, for folks who have been through traumas of many kinds, the one thing that they have felt consistently is unsafe in their life. So in terms of trauma therapy, we're working with a trauma survivor for the first time. It's generally a very difficult, tense, and can be scary for them to sit with another human being, even if they're a trained professional, to sit and actually begin work in trauma therapy. So the first phase of treatment, safety and stabilization. From there, you proceed to trauma processing if necessary, where someone would need to focus on processing traumatic events in order to reduce the symptomology and intensity of their symptoms. And after that, phase 3 would be focusing on actually living a functional life, gratifying life. The phase 3 part is very important. A lot of my work is spent helping individuals who have experienced prolonged childhood abuse. And as a result of the disruptions that come along with that type of upbringing, there's a lot of difficulties with functional life skills, living, reasoning, judgment, employment, self-care, hygiene. So phase 1 of treatment will typically focus on that as well. If there's any life skills deficits that would be important to remediate early on to help strengthen the individual as they proceed through trauma therapy all the way through phase 3.
Then what are the forms, well, I think you just discussed that, the forms of treatment for trauma. What are the common terms that you use?
Common terms in the sense of
Trauma treatment?
So there's a 3-phase approach like I discussed: safety and stabilization, trauma processing, functional living, living a gratifying life, focusing on the here and now and going forward. Common terminology, a lot of times early on working with individuals is they're doing things like triggers, flashbacks, lots of hopelessness, co-occurring depression, sadness, low self-esteem, things of that nature. A general term that will be used is trauma processing, which I refer to as the phase 2 of treatment. That can be completed in a lot of different ways. There's many different evidence-based approaches for trauma processing. What I find specifically important in this line of work is that individuals who experience prolonged childhood abuse or prolonged experiences of domestic violence in adulthood is that you will spend a substantial amount of time just working on the fundamentals and the basics, learning to feel safe, learning to feel calm, basically shoring up one's resilience in order to help them feel equipped to process any traumas if necessary, or to at least address focusing on how to live their life more productively with the present.
Now, have you had a chance to meet with Mark Wilson?
Yes, I met with Mark Wilson on July 29th, and I met with him a second time on August 5th.
And how long, if you put those two meetings together, were it?
It was about 3 hours total.
And were you provided records that you reviewed?
Yes,
And what were they?
I was provided records, various school records from the state of Florida. So school records from Alachua County, Marion County. I received DCF records from Florida, an Alachua County guardian ad litem report. I received a police report that had outlined a domestic violence situation between Mark Wilson Jr.'s father, Mark Wilson Sr., and his biological mother, Christine Atkins. I had also received Arizona Department of Child Safety records as well, when there were parenting issues, severe parenting issues involved with Mark Wilson Sr. and I think her name was Nadine, Mark Wilson Jr.'s stepmother at the time. So Arizona Department of Child Safety records and Oro Valley Police report from Arizona as well.
Right. Now, after speaking with Mr. Wilson and reviewing the statements, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes. I came to several conclusions. Initially, the first one was that Mark Wilson Jr. had been exposed to a very large number of severe forms of what are known as adverse childhood experiences, ACEs for short. Between the collateral records and information I was provided in my interview with Mark Wilson Jr., I was able to verify that he experienced 8 out of the 10 adverse childhood experiences, which would include experiences of emotional abuse, physical and emotional neglect, and severe forms of household dysfunction, which would be domestic violence in the home, parental substance use, having family members who have been incarcerated at some point in their life, family or household mental illness, the presence of depression, chronic substance use in the home, because chronic substance use in itself is a mental disorder. Yes, so several ACEs. My second conclusion was that Mark Wilson Jr. had been experiencing at some point in his life PTSD symptomology. I provided him an evaluation to see if there was a presence of any PTSD symptoms for him currently, and if those symptoms were related in any way to the childhood adversity and trauma he experienced in his life. Yeah, those are the two predominant conclusions I have.
Right. Now, is there any study relevant to understanding these impairments?
Yes, in terms of adverse childhood experiences, there's a large volume of research, empirical studies, clinical studies, case research that goes back to the mid-90s. So there's a large volume of research and data that supports that, depending on the number of adverse childhood experiences one endures and the frequency of those experiences corresponds to very severe impacts and impairments in one's development. Basically, there's been thousands of studies done in the US, and the ACEs research is translated across the world in many ways that substantiates that greater increase or greater exposure to ACEs, or a larger number of them, has a dose response effect. That means the larger number of ACEs you experience, the more severe the impairments you're likely to have in your development.
So the ACEs and the adverse childhood experiences, and the more you have as a child, the more impairments you're seeing in that particular child.
Yeah, it's an increasing odds of, or we would say like an odds risk ratio. So basically what that means is that the larger number of ACEs you're exposed to and the frequency of them is to dose response. That would mean you're going to be at greater risk of developing impairments, having specific types of comorbid symptomology or disorders, and lifelong difficulties. Research on ACEs indicates that larger number of ACEs you're exposed to, you're at greater risk of cancer, substance use, alcohol, drugs, tobacco. You're at greater risk of heart disease, high blood pressure, depression, anxiety, PTSD, and also decreased life expectancy. I think if you're exposed to 4 or more ACEs, you're at risk of having your life expectancy decrease by about 20 years.
So the comorbid are the additional problems that can come with it. So it's not just physical health, but there's also mental health issues that are tied to these things.
Yes, there's substantial research on specifically on ACEs in various groups. We would say ACEs exposure for medical professionals, ACEs exposure for individuals who have been incarcerated or have juvenile delinquency. There are a wide range of studies looking at exposure to ACEs among various groups in the population. And it's very ubiquitous or general that the more ACEs you are exposed to, the greater risk you are in experiencing anxiety-related disorders, depressive disorders, substance use and chronic substance use, also PTSD as well. There have been studies done in the state of Florida that have looked at a large number, I would say somewhere around 60,000 juvenile delinquents in the state, and assessed them for ACEs and also various symptoms like depression and anxiety. And there's been a basis that for incarcerated folks in the state of Florida, especially juvenile delinquents, I would say at least 95% have at least 2 or more ACEs, which are specifically the household dysfunction, domestic violence in the home, household substance use. But more than 50% of juvenile delinquents in the state have at least 4 or more ACEs.
Now, turning specific to Mark Wilson in your interviews, did you use the ACEs questionnaire as part of your evaluation?
Yes, I went over each of the 10 ACEs with Mark Wilson Jr. I asked him about if there was a presence of physical abuse that he experienced before the age of 18, he had experienced sexual abuse before the age of 18, if there was emotional abuse occurring in the home prior to the age of 18, if there were experiences of physical neglect, emotional neglect, and then experience of household dysfunction, which would be parental separation and divorce, having a family member incarcerated, household substance use, parental substance use, parental mental illness in the home, mental illness, substance use, domestic violence as well. Domestic violence being the last one.
Now, can you place these those ACEs in can they be broken up in groups?
Yes,
How would you do that, or how would you break up into groups? Or 3 categories?
yes. So there are the 10 ACEs that I've listed. Those ACEs are broken down into 3 categories. There are the abuse-related ACEs, which are the physical abuse, sexual abuse, and emotional abuse. Those types of ACEs, abuse-related ACEs, are predominantly known as experiences of threat. Threat to one's bodily integrity, threat to one's body, threat of harm, witnessing threat of harm to others, things of that nature. The physical and emotional neglect items of the ACEs, those are underneath the category we would say is deprivation, because not only is physical neglect, such as not being provided for in terms of like nutrition, being taught self-care, hygiene, feeling safe and secure in the home. There's also emotional neglect. Are you being shown affection consistently? Are you being provided with support, guidance, nurturing, modeling of adaptive skills that we learn in the household? Those are deprivation. Not only is the neglect what's present, but what's missing or what's being deprived are the necessary experiences you need via parenting and household care in order to learn how to function as an adequate and appropriate adult. And then the household dysfunction ACEs, those are 5 of them. Again, that's the domestic violence, household substance use, family member incarcerated, parental separation and divorce, and household mental illness. Those would also fall as either categories of threat or deprivation. And that could oscillate between, if there's parental substance use and there's violence in the home, that would be an experience of threat as well. If there is chronic substance use in the home and a lack of appropriate care being provided, that would fall under deprivation as well. So what you see is that depending on how many ACEs someone has been exposed to, they're usually contending with throughout their childhood and adolescence, this intertwining very profound and negative impact of threat and deprivation.
Now, you've broken those down, that block of 10 to 3 different categories. And could you just give a few more examples to those 3 major categories? I'll start with related, ACEs related to abuse.
So abuse-related ACEs, as I had mentioned before, are experiences of threat. Whether that's a child experiencing somebody actually physically striking them, threatening to hit them, threatening to kill them, throwing objects around the house, things of that nature, or witnessing somebody being attacked and threatened with harm, serious harm. These types of abuse, including sexual abuse, violation of one's bodily integrity. I briefly described emotional abuse, being threatened with harm, or witnessing someone act violently and threatening towards you in general. These types of abuse-related ACEs would fall more in line with the types of criteria that would qualify for PTSD. So the qualifying initial criteria for PTSD, one of them is, have you experienced a threat of serious injury, a threat to your life, or witnessing somebody be threatened with harm or having their life threatened as well. These types of abuse-related ACEs typically can occur in such severity that they can elicit PTSD symptoms, post-traumatic, peritraumatic reactions in an individual who witnesses them or experiences them.
Now, let me stop you there for a minute. I was going to go through all 3, but just focusing on that category of abuse. What specific examples did you see of abuse that is an ACE that Mark Wilson Jr. suffered? I know there were a lot, but if you could, you can identify 2.
Yeah. So Mr. Wilson, he had been able to describe to me, briefly describe chronic household dysfunction, specifically in the form of chronic substance use in the home and also chronic domestic violence in the home. He had described, Mr. Wilson had described this, and collateral information had described this and validated this, that his biological father was engaged in chronic substance use, crack cocaine, alcohol, and had been intensely dysregulated and had demonstrated violence in the home, breaking objects, swearing at Mr. Wilson, cussing, making threats of harm. Mr. Wilson experienced, per his report and collateral information as well, that he had witnessed at times very intense episodes of domestic violence, witnessing his father be aggressive and threatening towards women that were in the home, his stepmothers at various points of his life. Mr. Wilson had also described an incident where his father and his stepmother had been engaging in substance use on a regular fashion. And he was, I think Mr. Wilson was at the age of about 11 or 12 at the time, but witnessing his father in a fit of intense anger and drug use, actually pointing a gun at his stepmother's head. I think the stepmother at the time was Dina or Nadine, was her full name. Putting a gun to her head and making threats to hurt her, and then striking her in the face with a closed hand. I think that's how he had described it. Mr. Wilson attested to just very much this chronic experience of threat, like atmosphere of threat in the home that occurred very often. There's police reports and collateral information that supports that there was a chronic history of domestic violence in the home, which seemed to be the predominant form of threat that Mr. Wilson experienced, but also grew up in an environment of for most of his childhood.
Now, with that description of abuse, does it, for you then as a professional, is it less of an impact that the gun wasn't pointed to him, or is it still an adverse effect as a child to see that happen to a caregiver, your stepmother?
I would still qualify that as a traumatic event per the criteria for adverse child experiences, or even traumatic experience. It would also qualify. witnessing just a gun being used in the home can be an experience of threat for adults, let alone for children. So for a child in that, in their developing capacities, to have to witness somebody engaging in that kind of violence could be extremely terrifying. Mr. Wilson has described that seeing this, and I think it's appropriate to refer to this because this speaks to what a child would think, is that, well, what if I do something? What's going to happen to me? Is he going to point a gun at me? Things like this. Witnessing this kind of violent behavior and dangerous behavior, even though the gun isn't pointed at oneself, would elicit the threat of fear of being harmed, the threat of having a gun pointed at them, chronic hypervigilance, fear of safety.
And that's one of many examples for Mr. Wilson's childhood in terms of being a witness to domestic violence in the home.
Yes.
And was it fair to say that that was consistent with all the relationships that Mr. Wilson had seen with his father?
From Mr. Wilson's reporting and collateral information I reviewed, there was what appears to be a very lifelong consistent pattern of his father engaging in severe substance use and frequent chronic substance use, having intense emotional outbursts, violent behavior, damaging property, making threats to others, threatening the women in his life, endangering an animal in one instance. It seemed to be a pervasive pattern that Mark Wilson Jr. had experienced during his childhood.
Now, turning to the second in that category of neglect, if you can give an example specific to how Mark Wilson Jr. experienced neglect.
There's several examples I can draw from. One of note was it's important to consider if there's chronic substance use and severe substance use in the home where a child's growing up. Substance use not only is going to alter the mental state of the parents, but it leads to these very damaging and neglectful and cascade of negative impacts, right? If a parent is chronically using drugs and they're high, it's going to impair their ability to emotionally tune to their child. Children require emotional attunement to develop in a healthy and adequate way anyways. Chronic substance use in the home is going to naturally impair a parent's ability to tune into their child, to listen effectively, to be emotionally in tune, to validate, to respond. All of these requisites that are needed for healthy development, which in fact leads to a form of emotional neglect. So if there's chronic substance use in the home and there's chronic conflict, you're having this contending developmental experience of these adversities where you're being deprived of the emotional needs, the physical protection needs that children have, and you're also contending with threats. So you're going through a neglect of feeling safe and secure, right? A neglect of being provided for emotionally, psychologically, physically, what a child needs to develop. So Mark Wilson Jr., he had experienced this. He grew up for a good deal of his childhood and adolescence in households where there was chronic substance use. So there was very likely a lack of appropriate emotional connection, guidance, nurturing, opportunities for learning that had happened in the home. I had reviewed records that there were concerns reported by his paternal grandfather, Mark Wilson Sr., or Richard Wilson, that there were concerns that his father was depriving him of appropriate nutrition, there were records that indicated he was underweight at certain times. There were concerns he wasn't being fed, he was wearing different clothes. There was information provided, and Mr. Wilson had described this, that at one point there was an incidence of needing to steal food on a couple of occasions in order for him to eat and his siblings to eat. There's also an indication of abandonment that had happened. Police records indicate that Mark Wilson Jr. and his siblings were left, I think, at a diner or near a hotel or something where they had just been left. And I think it was a waitress had contacted the authorities or contacted family, and they were just abandoned. So there was a lot of intense and oscillating neglect from just persistent, what seems persistent daily emotional neglect, lack of attunement, lack of physical needs being met, and then these more intense forms of neglect, which would be like a form of abandonment or just lack of parental care and involvement in general.
All right, so with what you're describing, it sounds like there wasn't much relief. So if it's not the neglect in the form of the parents are using substances and can't provide food, then it's the other more severe forms of neglect. Or is it fair to say, and that's a question, is it more severe to have neglect in terms of they're not feeding you versus neglect of I'm not being attended to in terms of love, hug, care, guidance? So he's kind of getting both, but is one worse than the other?
Both of those categories come with severe impacts. If a child isn't provided with adequate nutrition, and like structure and routine, self-care, hygiene, things of that nature, it'd be hard for a child to focus, to be able to learn when they're in school, to pay attention. One, just having appropriate nutrition and feeling physically safe would be necessary to be able to feel present as a child, to be able to attend to what's happening in the moment, to focus at school. So physical neglect, and then what's present as a result of the beneficial stuff not being there. So we have the neglect and then the more threatening experiences. That kind of atmosphere of physical development could lead to impairments related to attention, just overall functioning, behavior, and probably a reduction, just like experiencing more positive forms of mood and affect. The emotional neglect is very severe. The research supports that severe emotional neglect can affect brain development. It can impair the development of the prefrontal lobe, the frontal cortex of the brain. Severe emotional neglect, lack of attunement, really impairs a child's ability to develop emotion regulation. The way we develop the ability to regulate emotions, to manage stress, is in part how we learn from the people who raise us, how parents respond to our intense emotions, how they soothe us. We take that in, and that becomes the way in which we learn how to self-soothe, how to care for ourselves. So profound emotional neglect, experiencing threat, deprivation, that can leave a child in a chronic state of distress, leaving them ill-equipped to handle that on their own, trying to adapt and figure out how to handle that, these impairments and these deficits on their own that can lead to severe difficulties, such as like substance use, which Mark Wilson Jr. has a history of.
And then in the last of that category of the three was the household dysfunction. And it sounds like a lot of these are interconnected with each other, but turning to the household dysfunction, did you see that with Mark Wilson within the records or in Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Wilson reported in his description he was experiencing frequent chronic household dysfunction throughout his development. He could recall witnessing an instance of domestic violence, his father striking his biological mother around 4 or 5 years old. He grew up with frequent substance use in the home, domestic violence. He also had a pattern of engaging in substance use with a lot of the parental figures in his life, whether that was witnessing his biological father chronically be high on crack cocaine or drunk on alcohol, and witnessing this at times, being driven around to bars with his father, at times being left in the car. Also, some of the surrogates he had lived with at the time. I think during his late childhood and early adolescence, he was living, he would be living during the summers with his mother, his biological mother and stepfather. Severe substance use was modeled to him in the home during those years. He actually engaged, from what he reported, he first used crack cocaine and cocaine, and was smoking pot in the summers with the stepfather in Florida at the time. I think his name was Kevin Woodard. Then after there's so much oscillation in his development and swapping between caregivers and where he was staying. It was household dysfunction with his biological father and stepmothers. It was household dysfunction when he was visiting his mother and stepfather in his late childhood. There was household dysfunction when he moved to Florida to live with his maternal grandfather. There was frequent substance use throughout his adolescence, The maternal grandfather, he reported, would drink alcohol frequently, use pot. Mark was engaging in alcohol use with him at times per his report, but was also engaging in substance use during these years. So much of Mr. Wilson's development prior to the age of 18 was laden with a lot of this household dysfunction, lack of appropriate modeling, very severe circumstances.
And Dr. Munoz, I think you've touched on the 10. The only one that just going through that group of categories of 3. Can you explain what you learned in terms of household mental illness that Mark Wilson experienced?
Okay, so initially, substance use disorders are a form of mental illness. Severe and frequent use, reliance on these substances at the expense of every other more adaptive facet of your life, preoccupation with use, using at the risk of harm to yourself and others. That's a form of mental illness. This form of mental illness was present in his households throughout much of his development, whether that was living with his biological father, his stepmothers, his mother and her boyfriend at the time, and also his maternal grandfather. That he was exposed to that persistent form of mental illness and difficulty, chronic substance use. It was also modeled to him constantly and incessantly from the records and the report. It seemed to be the most frequent thing that was going on. As a result of that, you're being modeled to, as a child, an adaptive way of coping with emotional stress, aggression, frustration, hopelessness, depression, is through self-medicating with these substances. So that form of mental illness and that difficulty was modeled to him. It's clear he adopted that throughout his late childhood and into adolescence and into adulthood. Their collateral records indicate that there was a history of, I think it was bipolar for his father, definitely a history of chronic substance use, bipolar, difficulties with anger management, which could be a part of bipolar. There is a history for his stepmother, her name was Kim. There was a history of mental health issues she has in her background. I think there was depression from the report I had read. She had a history of depression, perhaps bipolar or schizoaffective as well. What appears to be one of the most predominant forms of mental illness in the family and in the household Mark was growing up in throughout his life. I would say depression, anxiety, chronic substance use, possibly bipolar, and maybe thought disorders such as like schizoaffective disorder.
Now, focusing in on Kim McMahon, so her, at least what is documented towards the schizoaffective disorder, those thought disorders are later in life. But even though they're later, is it possible or likely that she was having these thought disorders at the time that she was caring for Mark?
Yes, it's possible. I mean, she was also contending with being in a very intense and threatening, at times, domestic violence relationship with Mark's father at the time. For individuals who are enduring and surviving domestic violence, there's a high risk of having co-occurring mental health issues, such as depression, intense anxiety, panic attacks. These kinds of persistent symptoms can also lead to a sense of disorganization in one's personal experience, which could lead to feeling intense paranoia, which would be real in the sense of domestic violence, difficulties with, at times, from stress and panic and the overall overwhelming experience of dealing with dysfunction and substance use. It could be hallucinations as well, intense delusions.
Now, are these let me ask this one last one. Were there any other childhood adversities that you experienced beyond what we discussed? And to be fair, we didn't go through each individual one, but are there any other in our childhood?
No, we've covered, I've spoken to the emotional abuse, I've spoken to the 2 forms of neglect, I've spoken to the 5 forms of household dysfunction, which would be the total ACEs that I have for Mr. Wilson.
Now, turning to the number of traumatic experiences that he has gone through, is that number significant?
Yes.
Why?
There's a very low number of folks who in the general population experience 8 or more ACEs in general. Generally, we look at different populations would be at greater risk of experiencing more ACEs. If you're growing up in poverty, if you're growing up in a household with illness, you will be exposed to ACEs, for example. Generally, the general population, I would say greater than greater than 50 to 60% of the general population in the US has 4 or less ACEs, right? So a majority of folks, a large number of people in the US have experienced at least 1 ACE, 1 adverse childhood experience. 2, 3, double-digit percentage of the population, so to speak, probably like 10 to 20%, giving a general estimate. But the odds of someone in the general population being exposed to 4 or more ACEs is substantially lower. But when we look at different groups or different subpopulations in the country, right? Juvenile delinquents are a much larger risk of being exposed to 4 or more ACEs than less than 4, right? Incarcerated adults, men and women alike, large number of ACEs they've been exposed to. And that what we find is like people who are in different dire straits or different circumstances or incarcerated have likely developed in part impairments and deficits that are connected to what the reasons they're incarcerated for or having trouble with living a pro-social life are in part strongly related to the kinds of deprivation and threat they experience growing up in their childhood.
Now, turning to the neuroscience then of the adverse childhood experiences, right? Does the exposure of ACEs result in stress?
Stress is a fundamental part of development. Some stress is actually healthy. There's a term healthy frustration that's necessary for development. ACEs are an inordinate and excessive form of stress that's not necessary for adequate child development. There's been substantial research over the last couple of decades looking at the physiological responses and the neurological responses that occur as a result of being exposed to the kinds of stressors that adverse childhood experiences constitute. Substantial research indicates that, for example, being exposed to, let's say, witnessing violence in the home, that's going to elicit a strong physiological response, right? Increased heart rate, feeling fearful, high blood pressure. It's going to create a stress response in the body. You're going to produce cortisol, stress hormones. That's also going to lead to a response in the brain. So research on ACEs delineates that exposure to ACEs and this excessive overwhelming form of stress that they can be is going to lead to a form of hyperactivity or increased activity, specific regions of the brain associated with stress. One example of that is known as the HPA axis. It stands for the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. It's a network of structures in the brain and the adrenal glands that sit above the kidney that are involved in stress response, right? The greater your stress response, the more intense these structures are going to be active in the brain, the adrenal glands, and the kidney, right? So if you're growing up in the midst of ACEs, right, these kinds of adversity, threat, deprivation, emotional stress, not being responded to effectively, having to sit with that stress in a way a child isn't equipped to do or know how to handle, these regions of the brain and one's physiology are going to be in this hyperactive state more consistently. As a result of being in that hyperactive, let's say like hyper-stressed response as a result to adversity, right? And these structures running more frequently in response to dealing with these kinds of experiences in your upbringing, the overproduction of cortisol, the overactivity of these structures can lead to substantial impairments in neurological development. So what the research supports and what you see is that in brain scans and evaluations of people who have been exposed to this, volumes of studies, is that exposure to ACEs, the chronic stress that you get physiologically, the effect it has on these brain structures can lead to impairments in brain development. Some of those impairments would be the prefrontal cortex, which has a lot to do with There's various subparts of the prefrontal cortex, but executive functions, planning, critical thinking, learning, reasoning and judgment. The neurons in the prefrontal cortex will actually, there'll be a lesser number. There'll be less neuronal mass or less density of neurons as compared to someone who hasn't been exposed to ACEs around the same age. So if you look at a child who's 10, no ACEs, and a child who's 10, 11, 12, who's been exposed to frequent ACEs, they're going to be at a greater risk of having less neurons, less neural density in their frontal cortex. Another aspect of ACEs in neurobiology is that this chronic stress and exposure to ACEs will have substantial impacts on the hippocampus, which is a part of forming and making memory, the amygdala, which is a part of emotional reactions and stress response that happens in the brain. You'll have an enlarged, research supports an enlarged amygdala. If you're growing up in circumstances as a child where there's chronic stress, frequent threat, uncertainty, fearfulness, the amygdala in the brain, the left and right one, be more likely to be larger and be a larger structure in the brain as compared to people who haven't had those experiences as a result of being so active. We'll find that there's neurobiological changes in the hippocampus in terms of the ability to make certain kinds of memories. Support says that's more because the person gets geared towards learning more about threat out of necessity than being able to feel more, to be able to learn in other ways.
Right, now, just with what you just said then, this constant, because when you started off, you were mentioning that stress is good. So having some stress as a child is good and necessary towards a healthy developing brain in a child. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right. But the ACEs is this abundance of bad stressors on the child's development.
Yes.
Right, and so from what you're describing, then is it fair to say that that the neurons or the amount of brain activity on an individual with a large number of more than 4 ACEs would be less? That there, I'm just trying to paraphrase to make sure I'm getting this right.
Yes.
The amount of ACEs on that brain, on that developing brain, would then reduce the amount of neurons present.
Yes, it can. Research supports that in volume, that greater number of ACEs, being exposed to them frequently, would have severe impacts on neurons in specific regions of the brain.
And then is it fair to say that also because there's this large number of, like, too much of the bad stressors on the child, that you would see other impacts in terms of physical development? So not just the brain, but actual, perhaps the height of the child would be impacted, or the growth, overall growth of the child?
That I can't speak to specifically. What I can say in terms of physiology change that happens is that what's very familiar with PTSD is a fight, flight, or freeze response. This is the natural autonomic or automatic reaction we have in response to something traumatic, terrifying, scary, where some folks, you experience terror and you'll run, or you'll freeze to try to survive. These are natural automatic responses. Let's say for a child who's growing up in these circumstances where they're exposed to threat, deprivation, household violence, chronic fear and uncertainty, is the stability of the home. A person or a child's physiology could develop being geared to be more reactive. So those autonomic or automatic responses that are inborn as part of our development and our neurological mechanisms just automatically will develop to be more reactive, to be more responsive, to have one's heart rate increase faster because the body needs to be prepared to move more quickly, right? So a child who's exposed to ACEs, certain types of threat and deprivation, their physiology may develop to be more geared towards having reactivity or automatic responding to threat.
So then, in terms of the records that you reviewed, looking specifically at the Arizona records, within there was a concern about his height for his age. So is that just plain neglect, not being fed enough, or is it possible that's coming from a result of his development for so many cases?
I would say it could be a combination of both. Chronic stress has a debilitating impact on an adult's body and an adult's ability to function. Chronic stress has a debilitating impact on the child's ability to function. It can have a debilitating impact on the brain development. You take that in tandem with being deprived of adequate nutrition or healthy nutrition. Yeah, it could have an effect on whether a child grows to height for their potential or for what the norm would be for their age and their weight.
Now, so Mr. Wilson had a number of household dysfunction. So would this create difficulty, all these ACEs that you've gone through, would that create difficulty in physiological functioning?
Would ACEs create difficulty in its physiological function?
Right, the household dysfunction, the child abuse, the neglect, would that results in difficulty in his physiological function?
Yes.
I'm gonna object that, as an answer, the doctor went through all of this already. Physiological response.
Sustain.
Would this create, yes, sir. Would this create difficulty in his emotional function?
Object, asked and answered.
Would this create the difficulty in his behavior or interpersonal function?
Yes, it would. Interpersonal function, social development, in childhood, adolescence, throughout the lifespan. Social functioning constitutes an array of other functions. To be able to engage in relationships or to be social requires the ability to feel safe, to feel comfortable. If we think about children who are growing up and they're exposed to something like frequent ACEs or a large number of ACEs or both, it's important to consider, well, what's being modeled in terms of socialization. If you're experiencing household dysfunction like domestic violence, substance use, various forms of mental illness that are impairing your parents in other ways, you're most likely not going to learn appropriate social interactions, how to make eye contact, how to communicate, how to be aware of tone of voice, how to feel emotions, express emotions effectively, which is a foundation for interpersonal relating, interpersonal connection. To be able to think clearly and have a conversation. Even for a child to accomplish what could appear for adults to be a very seemingly simple task, these are all very much learned qualities that you learn because they're modeled to you in your development. If adaptive social skills and social learning isn't modeled to you appropriately, then you don't really have a basis to draw from. If you're being exposed to things that elicit a sense of distrust in others, fearfulness, feeling preoccupied with what's going on at home, that's all going to take away from a child's ability to develop adaptive social skills. Be able to, one, establish connection with others, develop friendships, and pro-social and adaptive ones.
Now, Dr. Quinones, did you administer any tests during your interviews with Mark Wilson?
Yes, I administered, it's a clinician administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5. It's abbreviated as the CAPS-5. It's a highly regarded PTSD evaluation. It's really what's known as a structured clinical interview. It's very specific questions that are open-ended and drawn from the criteria for PTSD from the DSM-5 specifically. So the evaluation itself draws from the specific criteria. It's conducted in such a manner where you sit with an individual, per the self-reported forms of adversity and trauma they may have experienced in their life, which one of those experiences they would regard as especially terrifying, scary, threatening, fearful, that has stayed with them, i.e. a traumatic experience. You would ask the person, what was that experience? What was it like for you? What do you remember about it? And then you would ask them questions corresponding to the domains of symptoms for PTSD. So you would be asking open, structured questions on intrusive symptoms, like having memories of a traumatic event, memories of people associated with a traumatic event, unwanted memories, things that are happening that come to mind that you feel like you don't have control over, having nightmares, intense dreams, physiological reactions to dreams associated with the trauma. There would be avoidance symptoms, trying to avoid these thoughts, trying to avoid reminders of the trauma, traumatic events. Symptoms of hyperarousal, increased heart rate, increased vigilance, hypervigilance, emotional reactivity, things of that nature that fall in line with remembering the traumatic event or experiencing things in the present that are cues or triggers for the traumatic event. And another domain of symptomology would be negative alterations in cognition and mood. So as a result of the traumatic event, having negative expectancies, negative outlook regarding oneself, the world, relationship with others, feeling hopeless, feeling depressed, having difficulty with persistent negative affect or negative moods, negative emotions.
Now, turning to Mark Wilson, what were his results on the CAPS-5 assessment?
Mr. Wilson, he endorsed and he reported, he had described to me his initial traumatic event was the one he reported for this evaluation that was substantial to him and that stood out to him for most of his life, was witnessing his biological father put a gun to his stepmother Dina's head when they were living in Arizona. I mentioned this earlier. This incident has stuck with him in several ways that have resulted in PTSD symptoms. Mr. Wilson reported that he has intrusive symptoms regarding this event that include unwanted memories, like actual memories, like thinking about his father being abusive, aggressive, and threatening, remembering the incident itself, witnessing it, wanting to try to push those memories away, but not really being able to avoid them or trying to distract himself from those memories. What he had reported in terms of the intensity of his symptoms and the frequency of them. For example, in the CAPS, asked, do you experience unwanted memories about the event? Mr. Wilson had said he did. I have a copy here. So asking him how frequent they were, he said it happens pretty much almost every day. It's very repetitive. He experiences this frequently. So between the intensity and the frequency, so he would describe this as intensely distressful for him, right? And it happens most days. That would correspond to a higher score on that symptom. Mr. Wilson reported, based on what he had described in terms of the actual symptoms, the frequency of them and the intensity of them, that his scores in each of those categories or domains that constitute PTSD were elevated enough to indicate that there's an indication that he has PTSD and he's at least experiencing PTSD symptomology to a strong degree.
Now then, based on all the trauma and adversities that meaning Mark Wilson Jr. experienced, what's your opinion about his functional impairments?
So, if one is growing up, their childhood is laden with these kinds of adversity, it's also important to understand, okay, these maladaptive modes of functioning that have been modeled to him by parents and caretakers. It's also important to understand what's not present, what's not being learned, what's not being modeled, what's not being taught. The combination of these two forms of adversity, really, right? Experiencing stuff that's going to have a negative impact on your development and not getting what's needed for beneficial development is going to naturally lead to impairments in your functioning in various ways. If you're experiencing chronic emotional neglect and you're not being responded to effectively, you're not learning how to be aware of your emotions, how to soothe yourself, how to trust others, experience safety and feel soothed, you're going to be prone to chronic distress. If you're experiencing chronic distress, you're going to be less likely to pay attention, to learn. You're going to have an impairment with your ability to learn effectively, to take your learnings and to experience and to grow, which is the challenges that a child faces in order to develop adequately throughout the phases of development. So the kind of ACEs that Mr. Wilson was exposed to resound with functional impairments related to the ability to learn, the ability to engage in adaptive behaviors, the ability to develop positive social relationships. So like impairments in socialization, impairments in daily functioning, impairments in learning, impairments in could be academic progress, could be growth and maturity, impairments in his ability for reasoning and judgment throughout his childhood and adolescence.
Now, did you do any personality testing for Mr. Wilson?
No, I did not.
Why not?
There are a couple reasons that I'm not inclined to provide personality assessments when evaluating people who have had experiences of adversity and trauma. One of which is that personality assessments generally they're not effective measures for trauma and PTSD. They're not typically designed to assess for that. There can be a confounding issue where personality assessments may have elevation in scales or elevated scores that will give an impression of certain personality traits or characteristics, but could also be strongly related to trauma symptomology as well. That's not to discount what personality assessments can provide. It's just when it comes to adversity, forms of deprivation and threat, PTSD symptoms in one's life, that can have a huge bearing on what kind of responsiveness they even provide on a personality assessment. There's also an issue of when you are evaluating someone, what are the limits of their attention span, their ability to sit and complete an assessment. And so it's important to prioritize what's the relevance or what am I looking to evaluate, what data am I looking to gather, and using the time I have to meet with whoever I'm evaluating to effectively get that information. And for the purpose of my meeting with Mr. Wilson, it was specifically to assess his experiences of childhood trauma, adversity, other forms of dysfunction he had experienced prior to the age of 18.
Now, based on everything that you've reviewed, do you have an opinion on whether Mr. Wilson was under the influence of a mental or emotional disturbance at the time of the murder?
I did not speak with Mr. Wilson about the murder. That's not in the purview of my expertise. My expertise is specifically looking at childhood, adolescent trauma and adversity, what kind of impairments, how development is disrupted by this, and how that can lead to impairments and deficits that will leave someone at risk for committing offenses. In terms of, how did you ask his mental state?
Mental or emotional disturbance?
From what I understand from the record I reviewed was that he did, and Mr. Wilson had described this, he was engaging in frequent substance use, polysubstance use, up until the offense. From what I had read that he hadn't slept, he was engaging in polysubstance use. He's had a history of these deficits and impairments, so I would imagine there was some combination of these factors having some effect on his mental state.
And would you characterize that mental or emotional disturbance as extreme or severe?
Based on the circumstances of what I've read and collateral information, between the severity of the physiological issues regarding the intensity of substance use, the substances being used, the lack of self-care, lack of sleep, those could be factors that would have a severe impact on one's mental state or perpetuating more severe mental state.
And would any, knowing that you went in to interview him with a focus on his childhood trauma, and you didn't review every available record on this particular case, any additional records about the actual crime, would that change your views on his childhood trauma?
No. The purpose of my meeting and evaluating Mr. Wilson, the records I'm reviewing, is to look at how substantive the adversities, the traumas, the dysfunctions that he had experienced from early childhood and birth to the age of 18. The offense itself wouldn't have a bearing on how I would take that data and integrate it and formulate an opinion on the impacts of his adversities in childhood.
All right, but your opinion regarding his mental and emotional disturbance based on the ACEs, that's still current today.
Yes.
So it's today, it was 2 years ago, it's since his childhood.
It's been a pervasive pattern throughout his life. That's an amalgam of intense dysfunction, forms of neglect, chronic substance use since mid to late childhood, and all these factors up until.
I just have a couple more questions for you. So he has gone in for some amount of, at least at one period of time, where there was some sort of drug treatment. Now, in terms of his treatment history, he's still using. Is it fair to describe that he's using as a way to cope with the trauma? That because he's in custody now, he's reporting to you that he's having this daily intrusive memory. Is that something that drug use would be used to kind of relieve these symptoms?
Yes, it's in working with survivors of prolonged trauma, prolonged childhood abuse, experiencing prolonged and severe forms of household dysfunction. There likely is the occurrence of substance use at some point. Generally, substance use is found as a way to help cope with this. Folks who are deprived, experience emotional neglect, lack of emotional support, social support, positive connection in their life, are at greater risk of turning to substance use to cope with symptoms like PTSD, anxiety, social anxiety, depression, because it's a way of actually disconnecting or feeling something else besides the distress, sadness, hopelessness, and these types of negative experiences that they've been contending with throughout their life. Mr. Wilson, he had stated, he had described to me that he did find using drugs was helpful in contending with memories of trauma or not feeling depressed, not feeling sad, feeling something different, feeling high, which is general for folks who have co-occurring PTSD and history of polysubstance use.
Is it fair to describe then that in absence of, well, first let me ask, what's a dual diagnosis treatment?
Dual diagnosis treatment, generally dual diagnosis refers to somebody having more than one diagnosis. It's actually frequent in mental health care for folks to have more than one diagnosis per se. They could be contending with depression and anxiety. They could be contending with bipolar disorder and co-occurring substance use disorder. They could be contending with PTSD disorder, also qualify for major depressive disorder and substance use disorder. So what a dual diagnosis treatment is looking to do, well, initially is to address the more immediate symptoms that are causing distress and dysfunction. You want to focus on stabilization of the person, relapse prevention, motivational interviewing, things that help a person at the onset of treatment feel invested in treatment, find ways to cope with the natural stress of not being able to use anymore, or other maladaptive forms of coping that can come with disorders.
So then, for Mr. Wilson to receive treatment for drug abuse, but no treatment for his childhood traumas, is it fair to say that his chances of success on having only one of at least two of the major issues that he has, that he wouldn't have success moving forward with sobriety?
Yes, there is. So providing treatment for individuals who have, let's say, a co-occurring trauma-related disorder and a substance use disorder. And that could be PTSD. It could be just they experience some PTSD symptoms, don't qualify for a PTSD diagnosis, but also have depression and anxiety disorder, and also a substance use disorder. That if you only treat the substance use disorder, if you only focus on that, which has its merits, it can leave the person receiving the treatment ill-equipped to then cope with what's going to naturally arise without the substance being present, which is going to be more frequent emotional dysregulation, more intense negative thoughts, perhaps being flooded with unwanted memories of trauma or adversity, experiencing more intense depression symptoms, more intense anxiety symptoms. If there's deficits in how to actually manage their distress or how to cope effectively. And they're not provided with the treatment needed for that at the same time, such as like grounding, coping skills, relaxation techniques, how to just mitigate that stress, they're going to be at more risk for relapse because they'll receive the substance use treatment, they'll get relapse prevention, but if they're not learning how to mitigate what's going to arise with their other diagnoses, they're going to be at greater risk of relapsing as a way to cope with what's happening as a result.
So fair to say then that the drug disorder that Mr. Wilson has was a coping tool to keep down the memories and the trauma of his childhood?
Yes, I would say that Mr. Wilson was exposed to really intense and severe forms of substance use from witnessing it in early childhood and being exposed to pot at an early age, but also being exposed to crack cocaine, alcohol, and pot from the ages of 11 or 12 would have really severe impacts on his functioning in general and lead to what would be a persistent pattern of engaging in substance use during childhood while experiencing a childhood laden with overwhelming stress and adversity. So it almost sets up a combination for what else is a child going to learn to do in these circumstances. He's growing up in households where there's frequent stress and dysfunction, and folks that are having a difficult time getting by in a lot of ways, but they're coping with substance use, or they're modeling intense distress and dysregulation. And then he's presented with substances as well, and he's being encouraged to use them. In fact, using them with parental figures at times, or people who are his caretakers. This just sets him up to rely on substance use as his main form of coping through adolescence and into adulthood.
And what is your opinion as a psychologist based on your evaluation of Mr. Wilson?
My opinion is that Mr. Wilson experienced a large number of ACEs that were severe and frequent. He was exposed to chronic dysfunction. There was a severe lack of appropriate modeling that's necessary for development. He was exposed to severe substance use, engaged in severe substance use at a very young age. The combination of these adversities, early onset substance use, his difficulties with learning, having effective structure and routine to provide an adequate development, left him with severe impairments in specific domains of his functioning, his emotional functioning, psychological, cognitive functioning, behavioral functioning, and social functioning. I also believe that he has experienced to some degree PTSD symptomology throughout his life, throughout his childhood, that he has been contending with, but also likely self-medicating with his chronic polysubstance use as well.
Now, are all your opinions given with a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ross?
Good morning, doctor. You have gone through at length Mr. Wilson's childhood and obvious traumas that I don't know that anyone will disagree about. You have no way to tell the jury what that has to do with August 26, 2020, because you didn't ask him a thing about August 26, 2020, right?
Yes.
You're just here to tell us about if he was traumatized as a child.
Well, here.
And what that could, I heard could, imagine, possible, a lot. You were giving examples of how all of these things can affect people, right?
Yes.
And can affect their lives. But not Mr. Wilson specifically as it relates to this crime. Do I understand that fairly?
Well, I have spoken at length of specific examples that Mr. Wilson has experienced that were supported.
Right, you gave some examples just now about how he still apparently daily, maybe sometimes thinks about this incident of his dad holding a gun to his stepmom, right?
Yes.
That was one of the event, and at least his explanation of what potentially could lead to a PTSD diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask him if he was haunted with that the morning of August 26th?
No.
And matter of fact, you also said that people that suffer from PTSD, one of the things they do is they avoid scenarios that make them think about what troubles them, right? And then
Yes.
self-medicate, right?
Yes.
And so one would expect he would avoid violence, correct? Right?
It's possible, yes.
Right, and you probably heard through all of his own personal relationships with girlfriends, he actually didn't act out in violence on them, at least not physically.
Yes.
Okay, so you would expect Mark Wilson, who was traumatized by a firearm incident, to not want to engage and be around violence and avoid it at all costs. Correct?
To a degree, it's difficult to go to absolutes because it's also having to consider that a person has deficits and impairments in their development and their functioning. So they could have a predominance of trying to avoid things that would be triggers and cues, but as a result of not having the appropriate and necessary requisites for their emotional development would be at risk of emotional distress, dysregulation, and experiencing difficulty with impulsivity, which may result in behavior that would seem antithetical to avoidance symptoms from PTSD.
May, but we don't know what he was going through the morning of August 26, 2020.
No.
And matter of fact, your PTSD diagnosis you indicated previously in your testimony was provisional, right?
Yes.
And provisional means that there's a presumption, but you don't have enough information to make the actual diagnosis, correct?
Yes, provisional in the sense that it would be important for me to have met with him further, considering the circumstances of him being incarcerated, the brief time that I had met with him, 3 hours total over 2 evaluation sessions, that I would prefer to meet with somebody at length for longer time to have a more thorough understanding of their symptomology, how it's affected them, and give a more concrete diagnosis.
Okay, so it was provisional. You're not saying for sure that he is currently suffering from PTSD because you felt like your time was limited, right?
No,
Or the information was limited.
based on the information such as the test that I provided him, the evaluation I gave, his self-report history, I would give him a provisional diagnosis of PTSD. He is experiencing PTSD symptoms. I would prefer to do a further evaluation in those contexts in order to get a fuller understanding of symptomology to give an outright diagnosis for treatment.
Okay, so not an outright diagnosis for treatment, and you did not diagnose him with ADHD, correct?
No.
And you did not diagnose him with any other mental health disorder, correct?
No.
I want to go back, doctor, to your some of your experience and make sure we have that correctly. You started this type of work, and what I mean by this type of work is forensic evaluation, so clinical psychological evaluations for the use in court in context of the law in 2020, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so just 2 years now. And it looks like you said you always testified for defendants and only given an unfavorable opinion one time. Is that what I heard on the direct? That yes?
Yes.
Never hired by a state attorney's office, correct?
No.
Okay. And so a large part of what you've been doing up until 2 years ago, and maybe you still do, I think, you talked a lot about trauma therapy, like you provide actual clinical therapy, right?
Yes.
And it sounds like you do that or have done that in the private setting with couples, individuals, juveniles, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about what you do, and there is, it could be because someone has the long-term cases, a single-use PTSD from an injury, maybe domestic violence. What's the point of doing therapy with those people?
The point of doing therapy with individuals coming for treatment, specifically for trauma, is to first assess what are the difficulties they're having as a result of these traumas. Everyone's an individual and has a nuance to what their difficulties are. So to assess what those difficulties are, to develop a collaborative treatment plan with them, to provide information and education as to how that can be accomplished, and then to proceed forward with therapy in ways that accomplishes the goals that have been developed between myself and clients.
Right, and presumably they're there probably because it is affecting them in one way or another, and they need to figure out how to get help with that, right?
Yes,
And is it true that it affects everybody differently, right?
I can't say yes that it affects everyone differently. There are just some universal components to people who have been through trauma, like feeling unsafe, having difficulty even being able to regulate intense emotions is pretty universal for folks who've been through trauma. The types of experiences that may elicit feelings of unsafety may be different for folks depending on what they've experienced.
Right, and even if the two people live the same experience for a period of time and even have similar feelings as a result of being exposed to trauma, they may, as a practical matter, behave differently in reaction to that. You know what I mean?
Yes, that's possible.
Some may be more pro-social, some may be antisocial, some may become substance abusers, some may not. Is that fair?
If someone has pro-social functioning, it would be important to determine how the symptomology would be affecting them in a negative way, because having difficulty with just social functioning in general is a challenge for most people who have experienced traumatization.
Well, what I'm trying to say, doctor, is, are you familiar with, Mr. Wilson's two step siblings, or three really, but two of them that gave depositions in this case to Bill Brees?
Yes,
Okay, and they survived at least 5 years of similar behavior under Mark Senior that the defendant did, right? It was about a 5-year, 6-year period where they lived under the same family unit.
Okay.
This dysfunctional family unit of Mark Senior and being abandoned. Do you recall all that?
yes,
Okay. At least 2 of those siblings now have gone on to raise families and they're business owners, correct?
I don't know where the siblings are at now in terms of their life and their functioning.
You didn't read in the deposition how they talked about it.
I don't recall the
Okay.
those facts.
But the point is if they are now business owners, run their families, not sitting here as criminal defendants, they went through similar things, correct?
I'm not aware if they went through the same kinds of probably substance use during childhood that Mr. Wilson experienced.
Right. Are you saying that every single person that experiences trauma behaves in the same manner?
No.
And you're certainly not saying that experiencing that trauma causes someone to be homicidal, correct?
Say that again, please.
You're certainly not saying that living through what Mr. Wilson lived through caused him to be homicidal.
No.
Okay. You also did a large period of time, it sounds like, doing group therapy in jails, is that right? You talked
Yes.
about that? Talking to inmates about trauma?
Yes, it was a manualized treatment program, survivor therapy, empowerment program. That was a trauma-focused psychoeducation program for groups.
Okay, was that to help them kind of figure out how that trauma has perhaps contributed to their criminal behaviors or not?
It could be. The format was to first provide a series of steps. That's why it was the acronym was STEP. It was a series of steps in terms of group-based psychoeducation to help them understand and learn just some of the fundamentals of like recognizing what are thoughts, what are feelings, what are behaviors, what it is to have a relationship with a person, what kind of difficulties they had that disrupted that, and how trauma and adversity may have had a role in what they've learned or not learned. That then had an impact on where they ended up. Yeah.
Right, impact on where they ended up and then how to obviously cope and change that, I hope.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And you were published in this area of, I believe you said PTSD and inmates. And then maybe this was a different article, but an author of a chapter, maybe your most recent, on trauma and dissociative symptoms as a result of all this childhood trauma, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there are a number of dissociative disorders, I think 5 in fact, that are in the DSM-5, correct?
Depersonalization, derealization, dissociative identity disorder, dissociation disorder, otherwise unspecified. There may be a 5th one.
About 5, okay. And those are all things that can happen to someone who experiences severe trauma, right? That's what you wrote a whole chapter.
Yes.
Right.
They can experience as a result of trauma. Dissociation can be experienced in other ways that are not related to pathological experience or traumatizations.
But you did not diagnose Mr. Wilson with any of the 5 dissociative disorders of DSM, correct?
No, I did not.
And you met with him for approximately 3 hours. Was that over 2 times, you said?
Yes,
And you went over a list of records you received earlier, and I summarized it as school records, basically DCF records from Florida and Arizona. It sounded like police reports from family members in some of those experiences, domestic violence. Does that sound correct?
yes, in the guardian ad litem report from Putnam County.
Okay. It doesn't sound like you received any records as to this crime. Is that right?
No,
No police reports,
no,
defendant interview?
No.
Crime scene photos?
no,
Nothing to kind of tell you what Mark Wilson did in this incident, correct?
No.
Do you even know?
what was that?
Do you even know what he did?
Yes,
How do you know what he did?
being informed, when being hired for the case, being informed as to what the crime was and what he had committed.
Okay, just like a verbal statement from counsel, did you Google it and have what?
Information from counsel.
So in this case, you also are familiar with the other doctors that were hired by the defendant?
I know of them, I'm not familiar with them.
But you know what they did, like Dr. Snyder was a radiologist, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Nelson is the neurologist. Because you're kind of cross speaking about how this trauma affects the brain, so you're aware that they're involved, right?
Yes,
Were you aware, you're aware that Dr. Kropp was involved, correct?
yes,
And Dr. Scully, you know about her, she's a pharmacist.
yes,
Okay, so she kind of focused on the substance abuse angle, right? And then Dr. Kropp, he's similar to you. You guys have the same degree, right? You're both clinical psychologists.
yes. Dr. Kropp likely received a different specialty training as part of his degree in clinical psychology.
Right, one of the things he specializes in is neuropsych, which is not a different degree, it's just an area of specialty, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay, and he did a battery of neurological tests, correct?
Yes,
Okay, but you then were the clinical psychologist to conduct the clinical interview to determine what? What were you hired to do?
I was hired to evaluate Mr. Wilson for his experiences of adversity and trauma from his childhood, from early childhood through adolescence, to evaluate if there's the presence of any PTSD symptoms. If those PTSD symptoms are present, if they were related in any way to the childhood trauma, adversities, same experiences in adolescence.
Okay, but you were not asked, and you did not have an interest in determining if that had anything to do with August 26th and the crimes that we're here for?
No.
Why would that not have been of interest to you?
Within the scope of my expertise is understanding and being able to outline, discuss, and explain how various types of developmental adversities and trauma can affect an individual's functioning, not only in childhood and adolescence, but create impairments and deficits that can affect them into adulthood and the functioning of adulthood.
Right,
As far as the connection between the crime someone commits, let's say murder, and their trauma, that I have not specifically developed the expertise in, have published on, and I'm not hired to speak about.
you just weren't hired to speak about it, right? You could come in here and have asked Mark Wilson, objection, Your Honor, you're on the scope, about what he was feeling that day to see if there was a correlation from his background to the act he was committing, or maybe he was just committing a criminal act of violence because he wanted to. We don't know because you didn't ask him, right? You have the ability to do that as a clinical psychologist.
I was hired for mitigation, so I'm not hired in relation to understanding the offense per se.
Although you actually led groups in prisons and jails to help inmates learn why they may have gotten into situations.
Yes,
So you do have experience in doing that.
specifically through a structured framework and a manualized approach to provide them with education on functioning, coping skills, and how to address their difficulties in order to have more pro-social forms of functioning on various skills.
Find out why they did something, and perhaps explain it a little better. You have experience.
Well, with the groups I ran, one of the things that was important was not having them discuss specific offenses they did. That's actually one of the important parts of the groups that I ran, was not to discuss offenses, but to talk about the difficulties they had that led to them having maladaptive patterns that result in them committing acts, illegal activities.
Okay. In your speaking with the defendant, doctor, he never described to you any other incidences of violence based on him using drugs, right? He never said, you know what, I beat up a girlfriend, I hit my kid, I did any of this when I was suffering from substance abuse or PTSD. He never said that.
He had briefly, Mr. Wilson described very briefly that he had experienced times through adolescence where he felt angry, he was using drugs, and there were times where he would break stuff at home. And I think maybe punch a wall.
Okay, not on people though.
No.
Okay. He denied ever being sexually abused by anyone in his life, correct?
When I asked him, he denied that. Yes.
You spoke to him for the some 3 hours. You had no concerns about his IQ or ability to talk to you. Is that right?
No, the first time I met with him, the first meeting was to basically assess him for his ability to function, his ability to sit and pay attention, to be able to read a consent form, to be able to be oriented to person, place, time, and situation. And he gave me no indication that he had difficulty being able to communicate to the best of his ability, so to speak, to describe things he had experienced in his life.
Right. And you said before, yes, you observed him to have average intelligence, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't feel any need. There was no red flag there telling you, I need to do an IQ test because I'm worried about this.
IQ testing is not in the purview of my expertise. Mr. Wilson did have difficulty being able to speak at length about experiences. He was experiencing anxiety when I was meeting with him. He was uncomfortable with the things I was asking him about. He was uncomfortable talking about his childhood, which listed tension, anxiety for him, which made it difficult, but nothing that gave me the impression that
He was low or borderline IQ.
not at that time, but I couldn't make a judgment on his IQ based on the evaluation. I
Have
could
you
give a general
not-
impression.
Did you not testify in your deposition that you felt he had average intelligence?
Yes.
And when you did talk to him, you asked him specifically if he had any concerns about his daughter leading up to the homicide. He said no. Is that right?
Yes.
The only concern he expressed is maybe how he was as a father, but nothing to do with her well-being, correct?
Yes.
Now, I wanted to, you talked about the tests you did, which is essentially a large portion of your interview was the CAPS-5, which is your structured interview to determine PTSD, and we discussed that. Ms. Peoples asked you if you had done a personality test. And you said no. Do you consider the MMPI-2 just a personality test or a diagnostic test for mental disorders?
The MMPI has been used for a wide range of different types of assessments. It's not a PTSD assessment by any means.
No.
Research supports that also using the MMPI with people who have had a history of childhood trauma or adult trauma.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm asking you, is it, you characterize it, and perhaps it was Ms. Peoples, which you agreed, as just a personality test. It's not just a personality test. It has to be administered by a clinical psychologist, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you can go on Google and go take the MMPI-2.
You probably could,
It's
but
highly-
it wouldn't be a valid MMPI too.
Right.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, there's rules about we can't record it. Certain people can't be in the room when it's administered. It is a psychological diagnostical test, correct? Given by psychologists.
Yes.
Okay. Are you saying that it's invalid in any way? Other than what you've given as a provisional, is you don't think it was best for him based on PTSD, correct?
The MMPI can have issues being a valid test when being given to people who have a history of severe difficulties related to trauma and abuse.
Okay. And then lastly, I think I caught your testimony just a few minutes ago that Ms. Peoples asked you if you felt that the defendant had a mental, let me get it right. She asked if you felt he was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance at the time of the criminal activity. And you said he was, and then she asked you, well, was it extreme or was it intense? And you spoke to that. Is that your opinion here today?
Based on the information I'm aware of in terms of the polysubstance use he was engaging in and the lack of sleep, that would have a substantial impact alone on someone's function.
Okay, so your opinion today is that he was suffering that at the time he committed the murders in this case?
From the information I had read, yes.
Okay. Do you recall telling all of the attorneys in your deposition just some weeks ago that you could not form an opinion on that?
Yes.
And the specific reason was is because you didn't ask him about it, so it wouldn't really be fair for you to make that opinion?
I'm giving one based on just the limited information that I have, that I've referenced, which is
nothing about the crime.
no, just on one's mental state, based on the deprivation of sleep, severe polysubstance use, and predisposing impairments deficits, one would have a difficult time functioning.
So is it more of a, he just may suffer from that all the time? It doesn't sound like you have any information about August 26th.
No,
So he was, is it fair? He was, you cannot say if he was suffering from a mental or emotional disturbance on August 26th. That's the question.
no, I cannot.
You cannot say that. Okay.
Rewrite.
As you received a lot of records regarding his history, well, at least what we could get in terms of his history out of Arizona.
Yes.
Right. And within those records, he had seen a number of different mental health experts. Or at least there was some recording. Let me rephrase that. There's no records, but it's identified that he's seen different doctors in Arizona.
Yeah, there's an indication.
Right. We don't have any records of any of the doctors that we saw in Arizona. Or you don't either, so, and then you also have records from, currently from his time here in the county jail.
Yes.
Anything that, with the records that you have received that would cause you to refute the diagnosis of anxiety or depression or ADHD? Anything that you saw that would, or even in your own testing that would that would contradict those diagnoses?
No.
Now, the state could ask you about his time in Arizona, just to give you a better framework, because I know you can speak to any of the builders or adults now. But the time and just about everything you experienced in Arizona, those three children were with him. And when they split up, he came to Florida. So one of those children, I have a criminal history, but the other two not necessarily. So the question is, can someone appear to function well, despite going through significant trauma?
Yeah, there can be, people develop various ways of coping with experiences of trauma and coping with traumatization. An example of which is if someone is living in a home where there's a threat of violence, it's a very adaptive response to be able to anticipate any cues of violence happening. For example, if there's a primary abuser in the home, to be able to read and anticipate those cues to inhibit one's own emotional responsiveness in the presence of that person. For individuals who grow up or they endure long-term relationships and that kind of experience with the threat of violence that can be frequent, folks will develop an inhibited response. They will be able to develop the ability to feel tension and anxiety, but inhibiting expressing it because they've learned through an adaptation of being around forms of threat to inhibit their responsiveness in terms of behavior or expression to not elicit reactions from others.
Now, When you've received or you reviewed the report about the children being rescued basically over at the Tucson in Arizona, that report was all separate.
Yes,
Is it fair to say, or those children did not continue on in households with drug and alcohol abuse, but Mark did come to Florida and continue on in a household with drug and alcohol abuse? Would that be a significant difference between the way they moved forward into the future?
yes,
And those children didn't have, in the years leading up to, significant domestic violence and drug and alcohol abuse exposure like Mark did. Would that be another significant difference into how they moved on to the future Mark did?
yes, definitely.
So even though they had a similar set of years of significant trauma, Mark having more before and then having more after would be a reasoning why as to why their lives are different.
Yeah, that would give a substantial difference in terms of the quality of what they experienced compared to what he was enduring.
And can an individual still have significant emotional dysfunction due to trauma, even if they're not participating in the criminal activities?
Yes,
And then lastly, you had mentioned cross-examination with the state that the therapy that you provide in custody, that, yes, you were talking about what you provide to the inmates in custody, that you don't discuss their criminal actions that led. What is it exactly that you're doing there?
initially it's focusing on providing psychoeducation on symptomology and difficulties in a way and in a language that can be understood, because generally folks who are incarcerated more likely than not have had lower academic achievement, their lower reading levels, things of that nature. So just providing a basic framework that can be understood of what they may be experiencing in terms of anxiety, stress, anger, emotions, depression, sadness,
And how
Help.
is it? Go ahead. Sorry.
helping improve their sense of awareness of these things, because the awareness would be necessary in order for them to learn to modulate and to have more effective reasoning and judgment, to engage in coping skills instead of, let's say, maladaptive behaviors like substance use.
Now, how long do you go through those sessions with those men? Well, sometimes it's, let's go with inmates, but it sounds like you also work with them. How
Yes.
long are these sessions?
The STEP program was conducted week to week. We would meet once a week for an hour and a half group session. The jail that this was provided in, this facility, there was just a general rotation. So we would go through what were 12 steps, and then we would just go back to the first step again, because usually within 4 to 8 to 12 weeks, the turnover in the units, this was specifically a mental health unit in the jail, would lead to having predominantly new group of people over time.
So it's an hour and a half for 12 weeks. That's.
Yeah, that's the framework and structure of the program.
And how long did you meet with Mark Wilson?
I met with him twice, on July 29th, August 5th, for about an hour and a half each time.
And neither one of those sessions were geared towards the 12-step program that you provide,
No, I would not have provided any.
because that would be a completely different exam.
Yeah, that's a whole different scope, purview of expertise. An evaluation would not have any therapy component or treatment component to it.
Right, and lastly, in terms of the personality testing that the state had asked me, you can get the dictionary answer. So why would the MMPI not be appropriate for someone with as much trauma as Mark was?
You know, I want to object, ask and answer on her direct.
The state had interrupted his answer.
No, I'll let people.
There is some symptomology covered in the MMPI. The MMPI is attempting to capture a wide range of symptomology for a wide range of difficulties, for different profiles of different types of personality pathology, so to speak. What can be difficult is, let's say, for example, someone is a survivor of domestic violence. They've experienced someone most likely being threatening and controlling and pursuing them. Domestic violence survivors typically feel like the perpetrator can be in their head. know what they're thinking, the experiences of gaslighting, things like that. The MMPI, in its design and effectively, is sought to capture things like delusions, paranoia, hallucinations, feeling like people can read your mind, things of that nature, which sounds like a thought disorder, symptoms of a thought disorder, but for, let's say, a survivor of domestic abuse would be their legitimate experience that they're enduring in order to survive abuse. The MMPI is sought to capture a wide range of pathology and is based off large samples and groups of people presenting with different kinds of psychopathology or mental illness, but not on any way to capture trauma symptoms, the domains of trauma symptomology, or what those experiences must have been like for a person and so on.
No further questions, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Courtis. I believe you said you have other businesses after lunch scheduled. That's right. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll take our lunch break now. It's just about 10 after 12. Back to start up again at 1:30. While you're on this recess, please don't discuss the case among yourselves or anyone else. Please go ahead and leave your notes on.
All rise, you're in the courtroom, please.
Please proceed. We need to attend to this time or we wait until 1:30 or so.
Come back with 1:15, because I have some.
All right, 1:15, fine. Steve, no work to do?
That's it.
Okay, works with everybody. Recess till 1:15. Thank you. All right, let the record reflect. Parties are again present, the defendant is present, the jury is not currently in the courtroom. Are there any matters that we need to take up before bringing in the jury for the next witnesses?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just 1 second.
Sure.
So I cut out.
Okay, that's fine.
No, that's just like 2 or 3 or 4.
No, she
So maybe
has
she's-
to want to.
No, she was born in 1990, so
Okay, so she's, oh, okay, so she's 21. Okay, that would make sense. So she's 4, he's only.
it's like 9 years ago.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So you'd have been 12 when she's 12, 13.
That makes sense.
Your Honor, I provided the 2 PowerPoints to the state for the 2 defense witnesses this afternoon. We do have, other than the pending, I know the court wanted a little more time to look over the motions that we had filed regarding Dr. Meadows, and we'd also anticipated filing a Daubert motion challenging the findings of Dr. Werner. But we haven't filed it. I'm just alerting the court and state that we're intending on going forward with that based on her opinions on memory as being a matter of Daubert challenge. So I know that the state intends on calling their experts in the morning. But we did want to file a written motion for that.
Okay, where are you on PowerPoints?
I believe the state has no objection to the 2 that we're using this afternoon. And the ones that have been used have been marked, and I will have this photo printed and present to the clerk to mark the court file.
And those are just being marked for identification, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. All the photos that are in here have been provided. Actually, if I could get a hold of.
I don't think it is. For certain things, it just goes on next week. So we're gonna go to our doctor's probably. Talking to clients and figuring out. It's not a doctor.
No, it's.
What's this?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need to testify.
Just on those motions though, we're kind of under a tight window in the morning tomorrow, so if we can address Dr. Meadows this afternoon, I don't know if we'll be able to. Dr. Warner won't testify until the afternoon, so we can always do that.
Can you send me a real quick email?
When we're done with everything else, that's
Okay,
fine,
you
but.
want me to give you my email address for
We know
real
for
quick
the
while you're
doctors in
on?
the morning, we can't really
Okay.
spend from like 8:30.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We can even get like a short 20-minute recess at the end, and then both parties could prepare our arguments, and then have it in on that meeting, Dr. Meadows.
Yeah, today, that's fine.
I mean, I think we're ready, whatever.
Okay.
I mean, do you know what your argument's gonna be, right?
Yes, I was just
Okay.
trying to give the state some
Yeah,
time.
and we know what it, I mean, I assume your argument is that,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, we'll figure it out.
So we're planning on doing that this afternoon. Yeah, if the jury's ready, it's good.
All rise, jurors in the courtroom, please.
Thank you. See you.
Let's call Tracy Atkins.
Happens if you go ahead and take a seat up here and then speak directly to that microphone.
Solemnly swear affirmative testimony shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And your full name again for the record.
Proceed, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Please state your name
Proceed, Atkins,
and what is your date of birth?
or 6/1979.
And how do you know Mark Wilson Jr.?
He is my son,
And what's his date of birth?
6/1990.
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense exhibit D?
Right.
Take a look at this. And Ms. Atkins, are these a fair and accurate representation of your family?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, defense moves defense exhibit D 1 through 20, I'm sorry, through 15 is evidence.
No objection.
No objection, those will be coming. We were on two, that's correct.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 2A is an alpha through O as an apostrophe.
Your defense has a PowerPoint that you use based on those photos. Any
Yeah.
objection from the session?
Right.
So, Chrissy, where do you live now?
Achievement Board.
And have you lived in the state of Florida your whole life? Now, can you explain to the jury the individuals in this photo?
That is my grandfather on the left, my brother, myself, and my father,
And this is your grandfather on your mother's side or your father's side?
my father's son.
What's the event in this photo?
We had an all-day fishing trip, and those are 4 stringers of fish that we had caught throughout the day.
Large fish fry that night?
Extremely.
And if you can describe the couple on the left and then the individual on the right.
That is my grandmother and grandfather. And that is my mother.
And what were your grandparents like?
They were amazing. My grandmother was a stay-at-home wife and mother. My grandfather was a butcher. They owned a local country store in downtown Hawthorne. They were a big part of the community. They ran a credit program to a lot of the people in the community. When my grandfather actually passed away, there was a standing room, nowhere to park. Everyone in the town came out.
And when you say credit in the community, does that mean people could buy their groceries and come pay at the end of the month?
Yes, that's exactly correct. There were a lot of senior citizens and older people in the community that they offered a credit line to. And they would charge their groceries, and then when they would get their monthly check, they would come and pay their grocery bill.
And who's represented in this one?
That is myself and my 2 brothers.
What's your older brother's name?
His name is David Upton,
And your younger brother?
Jonathan Atkins.
How old are you in this photo?
I'm approximately, I'm gonna say 16 or 17.
What happened to your older brother?
My older brother,
And I'm gonna object because relevance. Trying to give some leeway, but again,
Again, it's just a background that we will tie in and closing. And as far as to the individuals not directly tied to Mr. Wilson, my client, we're about the.
I'm sorry.
Meaning the state's objection is that this is an individual that's directly tied to my client.
Right.
But
I
it's
think
part of
that's the point. So sustained as to that, let's move on.
What mental health history does your brother have?
he has,
that relevancy, we don't even know
No.
if Mr. Wilson knows the brother.
All our type that up, but
my brother has some schizophrenia and some other mental health issues due to the growing up that we had. There was a lot of alcohol and abuse in our childhood.
Meaning from your parents,
Correct,
and he left.
correct, he left. This was the last time I seen him until my mother passed away,
How many years later was that?
at least 10.
Who's in this photo?
That is myself and Mark Senior.
How old are you when you met him?
I was 15.
And your brother's gone.
Correct,
Was your brother your protector?
he was.
Would your brother have approved this of your relationship?
He would not have.
So I'm confident it didn't start this way, but tell us how it's, or we know how it ends. How does this relationship start is what I need to ask you.
Mark and I met, a friend of mine used to frequent the Phillips station that Mr. Wilson worked at. And I was in tow with her a lot, following with her. And I met him there, and then he started to come by my home and talk with my parents, and then we started to date.
So you're around 15, 16,
15.
15? How old was he?
He had told me he was 18, but he was actually 20 at the time.
And the relationship progressed?
It did,
You move in?
I did.
How
This
are
was
things?
the first serious relationship that I had ever been in.
Your parents approved?
At first, yes, because he came off as a really great guy
From a good family.
from a very good family.
So you're living with senior.
I am. I find out shortly, within probably 3 months, that I am pregnant with Mark.
So you're no longer at school.
I am no longer at school.
How far are you from your family?
I am, at this time, maybe 30 minutes from my family at this time.
So you can go next door.
No, ma'am.
Tell the jury the first time you did it.
Objection, I'm gonna object unless.
Your Honor, she is pregnant with the defendant. And we start
Hold on.
testimony about
There were some, early on in the pregnancy, some pushing and hitting and name calling. The actual first serious physical event, I was 8.5 months pregnant with Mark. And his dad had some friends over and they were up until 3 o'clock in the morning. And I had asked him to please ask them to leave because I was tired and I wanted to go to bed, and they were upstairs in our room. Mark Sr. lost control completely. He did ask them to leave, but as promptly after they left, he began to throw me around the room. I was in a recliner at one point. He was tipping me over in the recliner. He was spitting on me. He was pouring beer on me. He had thrown a beer can at me that was unopened so hard that it had left the imprint of the beer can top in the wall, the pop top and everything. He then grabbed broke the ball off the ceiling fan and threw it downstairs. He came downstairs. He grabbed a piece of the glass and he's holding me by my throat to the wall, and he put the glass to my throat. And he says, "Bitch, if you ever leave me, I will kill you." That was the first incident.
Is there a police report for that?
There is none. I was scared. The next incident probably happened within weeks.
You're still pregnant?
I'm still pregnant.
Why not?
His friends are over again. They're playing cards in the kitchen. They shatter a glass table. This ends the events for the night. I'm trying to clean the glass up. I'm getting glass in my feet. He's over the top of me. He's screaming at me. He's grabbing me by my hair. He drags me into the living room, halfway up the stairs. He's hitting, punching. Next thing I know, the dog is around us. For some reason, Rocky is around us. It's his mother's dog that she left there with us. And he's barking, and Mark grabs the dog. And I'm crying for this dog, for him not to hurt this dog. And he takes the dog into the kitchen and he puts it in the oven and turns the oven on. And I'm crying and begging and pleading with him to please let the dog out of the oven.
It's not the first time he's doing some sort of animal cruelty that you know.
No, ma'am.
Now, describe these two incidents. Can you explain to the jury the time that he choked you out while you were pregnant?
That was the same instance, or when I was pregnant with Mark, or pregnant with David.
Mark.
with Mark, that was the same instance where he had put in the glass to my throat and told me that he was going to kill me if I ever left him. He had choked me almost unconscious.
Any police report?
No, ma'am.
Did you get some help?
No, ma'am.
Did you leave?
Not at that point.
Why didn't you leave?
I was scared. I was terrified of him. And that just set the basis for the rest of the relationship. I think that's where he instilled the basis of fear. In the very beginning.
Before your son was born?
Correct.
Right. If you could tell the jury this.
This is myself with Mark Jr., Mark Sr., Joan Monier, and Wayne Monier.
Now, did you tell Senior's mother about what was happening?
I did. I called her to come and get the dog.
But not you?
But not.
Do you remember when this photo was taken?
I didn't.
How old was Mark in this photo?
Mark was about 6 months old. We were over for dinner, which we did a lot with Joan.
You could describe the individuals.
That is Mark Sr., Jimmy Hughes, my stepfather, my mother, Mark Jr. is in the middle there, and my little brother John. And I'm taking this photo.
And what was significant about this photo?
Mom and Jimmy had built this boat in Macintosh with Bill Stott. And we were out for the day to spend a day with him and he wanted to take us out on the boat.
And in 1993, this is Christmas, but what happened a few months before Christmas?
A few months before Christmas, I had gotten a restraining order against Mark and attempted to leave. And that was in relation to the same thing, choking and smothering.
She needs a break.
Yes.
She needs some water.
Yeah, I'm going to use my hour.
Okay. Just have to step out. Everyone. Sure. Use some water, ready, if that's it.
Sorry.
All right, you may proceed. Ms. Peters.
I'm actually gonna do the rest of that. Before we got the injunction. He described to the jury the incident with the bathroom.
Marquette Senior had a habit of coming in intoxicated. And Junior and I spent a lot of time at the house by ourselves. Mark had come in and he had been drinking. And I don't know if he had been using anything else. He was in rare form. He come in, he was arguing with me, whether it would have been about the laundry or the dinner not being cooked the right way or whatever that the issue was at the time with him, he would start arguing. I could see that it was escalating. I could feel where it was going. He's coming towards me like he's coming after me. So I grab Mark and I go down the hallway. I go into the bathroom. I climb into the bathtub. And I'm hiding with Mark. I know he's coming. I know he's coming to get me. And I'm trying to put Mark in a safe place. And I don't even think I locked the bathroom door. I just remember going in and coming into the bathtub. And he kicked the door down. And he come in and he grabbed me. And he drags me out of the bathtub into the bedroom. Where he proceeds to get on top of me. And all I can get out is Junior, Mark, Junior, Mark, Junior. And he's on top of me and he's putting his hand over my mouth and he's closing my nose and he's suffocating me to the point where I thought I was gonna pass out. I was gonna kill me right then.
Is that the first time that you've been in the bathroom with Junior?
So the first time that I've taken Mark Junior with me because he was in between.
So you would hide in the bathroom on other events, other times that he was being violent.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Junior?
Probably in his room. In the front of the house.
So a little over 3 years. And you've given us a few examples. But there was more.
It was
You remember every time he hit you?
countless.
So then at the end of 93, not December, because that's what we have the picture of here, you get the injunction. Did you get some help to get the injunction?
No, I went myself. Well, I made several phone calls to Spark, which is an abuse outlet for women. And even picking up the phone to make that call, I can't tell you how many times I picked up the phone and hung it back up. Because I was scared that he was gonna see it on the phone bill and they try to talk to you when you call and then it's hard, it's scary. So I made several attempts.
So just to make this break in 93 was after a series of calls, and it's fair to say they supported you and gave you a plan to get out?
Correct.
So at Christmas 93, who's in this photo?
It is my mother and myself and Mark.
And what issues, mental issues did your mother have?
She had been abused as well by my father, and she had a lot of alcohol issues.
And how old was she when she passed away?
She was 48.
And in this photo, if you could describe the family.
This is my family. This is my dad to the left with Mark Jr. My grandfather immediately behind my dad. There's my great grandmother and my great grandfather. This was 5 generations.
And what was your great grandfather for?
He was amazing. He was a really funny little guy. He would bag groceries at the country store twice a week, and great grandma would run the register twice a week on the weekends.
And within these three generations of your grandfather, your great grandfather, your grandfather, and your dad, was alcoholism a problem running through?
all the way.
Now, who's in this book?
It's Mark Jr.
And how old is he here, roughly?
I think he's 2 in this photo. And we are at Joan and Wayne's house. We had, that's Mark Senior's truck. And we had loaded that riding toy in it and took it over so that they could see him riding it.
So, and I took you out of order, because in '93 you got the injunction. Do you go back?
Yes,
So you go back to Mark Senior.
yes,
Does the violence start up again?
yes.
And in this photo?
This was a day trip with either Pam or Joan, I believe. And we were at Westside Park in Gainesville. It was good.
Now, juniors in school or in kindergarten in 95, 96, what do you remember about that year?
This was a hard year. This was the year that I left the household. This was a rough year.
And if you can explain to the jury why it was difficult.
Because I had to leave Mark Jr. behind when I left the household. This was the final break in our relationship.
So you got out,
I
you
did.
got away from him.
I did.
Why didn't you take your son?
He was not going to let me take him.
Senior wouldn't let you take him.
Absolutely. It was the only thing that Mark Senior knew that I loved and cared about. It was still his way to control me, whether I was there or not. Just to use Mark.
And in 98, 99, who's the child in this one?
That's Mark Jr.
That's the year that the guardian litem starts to get involved roughly around this time.
Correct.
And what was the result of the custody battle between you and Steve?
We had a shared parental responsibility. We had a primary residency. And I was to receive Junior every weekend between a certain time from Friday to Sunday with shared holidays.
And what was Junior's life like with Senior?
It was not.
Why not?
He would bring Junior to me. I was pregnant with my daughter at this time as well, and well into what was going to be in turn another bad relationship. At this time, Mark Senior was really using Junior as just a tool. He would bring Mark to me. I would be at work working, and he would bring Mark to me, whether it was my time to have him or not. That was what he would use. He would come, he would say, I know it's not your time to have Mark. If you want to have him now, you can give me $30, $50, whatever denomination he had in his brain that day. And I would dole to him and just take more from him. I did call the guardian and I did call my lawyer and let them know that this was happening. And then it got to a point to where I felt like nothing was being done about it. And it was happening so excessively that I just stopped telling them.
So he dropped your son off
Yes,
and asked you for money.
yes,
What was the money for?
drugs.
So who is the child in this, the two brothers, who's that?
And that is Junior. Watching.
Now, part of that custody order, it allowed for you to have visitation with your son, right?
That's correct.
And Senior's just dropping him off whenever he can to get some money out of you.
That's correct.
So who's watching him when you're not watching?
I'm assuming that it would be his mother or Kimberly.
So Kimmy or Kimberly McMahon? Yes. From your knowledge then, Senior wasn't watching you?
No.
And when he was, what was happening?
I'm not objecting if she was there.
Sustained.
So part of that order that shared the custody between you and Junior, you weren't allowed to have your son in the home with your mother, with your father, or with your boyfriend, Kevin Miller. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you couldn't keep him with the living situation that you had.
Correct.
Who's the child in this photo?
As Mark Jr.
Now, the last time you saw him in '99, do you see him in this year, 02, 03?
Yes. No, I do not see him in this year.
So from '99 till about 2004.
We're
Where's your son?
looking for him. He left. He took Mark Jr. and he left. He had him under the name of Junior Wilson instead of his real name, Mark Wilson. We looked for him and he had just taken him out of the state court.
And the custody order, was he allowed to take him out?
No, he was not. Neither one of us were allowed to remove Mark Jr. from the state court without prior authorization.
So you're looking, did Joan tell you where he went?
No, she did not.
Did Richard, his father, meaning Senior's father, tell you where he was?
No, he did not. Not until he was abandoned by his father in Oklahoma, and Mr. Wilson had been, myself and Mr. Wilson had been contacting, and he was given to Mr. Wilson because he was the closest paternal relative to Mark Jr. So that's where they placed Mark Jr. was with Richard Wilson.
So the photos say Oklahoma, but Richard, at least from what we have from the police reports, he was found in Arizona. But you're right, he was abandoned.
Right.
So they reached out to you because you're the mother.
Correct.
Okay, but you're in how many states away?
And
his father
it's
was
now a process to get Junior back to the state court, in which we started immediately.
But you have your own family that you're starting up. Or
Correct.
have
I
started.
actually have Kayla at this point. And in 2004, I was pregnant with her brother. So I was like, at the time we found one.
If you could describe the student in this photo.
That is Mark Jr. And he is standing in my dad's kitchen.
So Junior's back in Florida. Where is he living?
He is living with my father.
Do you have room in your home?
I had, I could have visitation with him, but because my home was small and I was expecting another child and already had one and only had 2 bedrooms, he was not allowed to stay.
So Junior would visit your home from time to time.
Correct.
Can you describe, so Junior's now in Florida, living with your father.
Correct.
Is your brother living with your father at 2%?
Yes, my younger brother.
So John was living there.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did Junior ever give you any details about what happened in Arizona or Oklahoma?
He's already gave me the details.
Objecting, self-serving person.
Well, you can answer this question, I want to see what she knows and source of the knowledge.
At this point, Mark Jr. does not tell me of everything that's happened.
So you still, or at this point, you're still unaware of all the things that went along in Arizona and Oklahoma?
Correct.
He's never talked to you about it?
We did later on. as he got, when he got a little older.
Now, I'm sorry to do this, I have to backtrack a little. In terms of senior and Kimberly, or Kim McMahon, she lived around the corner. She didn't live,
He
meaning
was right
senior
across the
Kim.
street from us.
Okay, so you're all kind of close to each other.
Correct.
All right. Can you describe the incident where senior is arrested for attacking Kim?
Yes, I had a conversation with Ms. McMahon in regards to that incident. Her and I talked quite frequently because I would return Junior at 6 p.m. on Sundays from visitation. So Kim is the mother of the household and now has, Junior has a brother between Kim and Mark at this point. And so Kim and I talked a lot about the kids.
Yeah, again, I'm sorry, she might have jacked unless it was something she personally observed. Otherwise, it's usually.
Sustained.
So Junior is back in Florida. Living with your dad. How often is he able to visit you?
He could come, he came just about every other weekend. It got to a point where I stopped him from coming.
And in terms of your son and your boyfriend Kevin using drugs, were you present for them?
No.
So your son graduates high school? Oh, no, sorry, he drops out, but he's here for high school, meaning in Milwaukee, for all the 4 or 5 years. And you're not wondering where he is now, because you know where he is.
I know exactly.
So then, what is he doing after school in terms of when he finishes school? What happens next?
When he finishes high school altogether,
Yes.
at this point, he I believe goes back to Arizona where his father is for a little bit and then comes back for the vehicle.
So your son gets into some criminal problems.
Correct.
If you could describe the people in this photo.
This is myself, my daughter Kayla, my son Colton, Mark, and my son Kevin.
Where is this taken?
This was taken at the Bridges program. Right before he was released. This was a family day.
And he's at the British program and he's sober, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And everyone's happy for that.
Yes, ma'am. I'm very happy.
And after the British program, what did he do for employment?
This was right after. This was before he went to Lakewood, in Cynthia. This was right after he got out. He had rode a bicycle back and forth to the dairy that was right down my road, even though I offered to drive him. This is the car that he obtained through working that job. He was very proud of himself.
So he's sober, he's working, things are going well. And then Cynthia shows up. Fair to say,
Actually, he leaves to go be with her.
did he change?
Absolutely.
And we haven't talked about your father, but if you can describe what your dad was like.
My dad was rough at times. He drank a lot. He was abusive to my mother. And he was abusive to us. He did ask me for my forgiveness and apologized to me for things that had happened in our childhood. And I forgave him. My dad was a hardworking man. He took care of the family.
Now, in the years that Junior was living with your father, was he still drinking?
Not as much. My dad had a lot of health issues by that time.
In terms of when he was drinking, when you were living with him versus when Junior was living with him, what were the differences?
Big differences.
You gotta explain that, when you say big difference.
He didn't have as many health issues when we were growing up, so Dad drank a lot more, and his anger was a lot more when we were kids. I think Dad just realized what he had done wrong, all those years, and so he just wasn't the same person when Mark was with him.
So drinking when your son's living with him, but he's not, it's fair to say a mean drunk, he wasn't a mean drunk when he's.
No, and honestly, he wasn't supposed to be drinking, so he was probably not drinking very much at all because of the medications he was on.
So before this, though, in terms of the relationship your father had with your son, if you could describe that.
We had a good relationship with Mark. We did spent a lot of time together. I feel like Dad tried to make up for some of the things that he put me through by helping with Mark and being good to Mark. They did a lot of fishing. They did a lot of hunting. I remember Junior had told me he had come for a weekend, and Junior had told me, Mom, Papa would sit on the end of the dock and catch fish, and he would hold the fish up in his hand, and an owl would come down and swoop and get the fish out of his hand. And he just really enjoyed spending time with my dad. My dad actually did things with him and tried to show him a positive way. I think that was my dad's way of making up for everything.
You could tell the jury who's in this photo.
This is Mark Jr. and baby Caitlin and myself.
And in this photo,
We are at my brother's home. And that is Mark Jr., myself, and baby Caitlin.
so fair to say he's losing weight from where he was when he was at the Bridges.
Absolutely.
And Cynthia and Mark, that wasn't the only relationship that you'd seen your son involved in.
No.
All the years with whether it was Vicky, where he had his first son, or another relationship with Heather, you ever seen him violent with any of these women?
I've never seen him hit them.
Anything that you saw in your son that was similar to his father seeing?
Now Cynthia had told me, that
No objection, hearsay.
I'll move on.
Thank you.
So where is this photo taken?
this photo was taken at Clay Landing. Mark and I are fishing. This is about the time Cynthia's pregnant with Caitlin.
Now, what is it that you, in terms of fishing, what do you always have with you?
I always have fishing poles in my car. I got one in my car right now and a tackle box. We do a lot of fishing. Sometimes I don't catch anything, but it's nice to just sit and try.
And Mark was with you?
We spend a lot of time fishing.
Now, you didn't give us every time that senior hit you, fair?
Fair.
Did you go to the hospital every time the senior hit you? And in terms of your son, when he had injuries, did you, whether it's an accident on a motorcycle or go-kart, did you take it to the hospital?
We don't go for every bang or scratch.
Is it fair to describe that senior wasn't interested in taking anyone to the hospital?
Absolutely.
Now, senior, Did you notice a change when he was with Kim after his work contacted?
I'm sorry, can you,
Or are you aware of the Workers' Compensation Act?
no,
Okay, then I won't ask you. Is it fair to describe then that senior only kept junior to get to you?
absolutely,
Meaning had to get money from you or child support from you?
no. It's not. He kept him from me just so I wouldn't have him. He knew that was the only way he could still hurt me. The money was just a plus. He did it to hurt, he did it to hurt more.
One moment, John.
No further questions.
Steve, any questions?
It sounds like when you left or you got that injunction with senior at the end of 93. Junior was 3 years old.
Yeah.
How long did you stay away before you went back for a little bit?
Maybe about a month.
Okay. And then you ultimately left 2 to 3 years later when he was 5 or 6? 5. Okay. All right.
That wasn't the only injunction. There was another one in 99. They snatched me out of the door. I was pregnant with my daughter.
Right, after you'd already left it, so, okay. And obviously you endured a lot of horrible violence by him. He never put his hands on Junior, no, physically. This Junior would be around sometimes and these things were obviously happening to you. Is that fair?
Except for when I was pregnant, when he walked
Right.
inside of me.
Right.
Right, and he's throwing me around the room, tipping me upside down in the recliner and
Yeah,
holding me to the wall with glass in my throat.
I understand.
Mark was with me.
Then there was the time where so the guardian ad litem got involved in y'all's life prior to them senior taking his own loan. Correct. That stuff was going on first, and then you'll.
Yes, sir.
And that guardian ad litem recommended that Mark Senior have him over you. Do you recall that?
I do, and I recall the reason he gave me.
And there's a lot of allegations and reports from people, even your son, about your drug use and Woodard's. Is that true?
I smoked marijuana. I feel that Mr. Woodard definitely was doing the drugs.
But you didn't see Woodard use any other drugs?
No, ma'am, I've never seen him do it. I know from behaviors and the way he was acting, that he was on something.
Hindsight, or even at the time you knew it?
Hindsight.
And you never saw your son do drugs with you other than marijuana, or no drugs at all?
No, no.
You never smoked marijuana around him?
Later in life, like later when he got older.
But not as a kid?
No.
So they, meaning the guardian ad litem DCF, I guess, that was when they decided that Mark Senior had him primary custody. You had this visitation.
Yes, ma'am, because he had a bigger home and he had started this relationship with this man, so they had a family unit where I was a single mom with 2 jobs.
Okay, you had 2 jobs, sounds like you were doing the best you could, right?
I was trying.
And then he was out of your life for 4 or 5 years, it sounds like, when he was in Oklahoma,
Almost.
and you get with Mr. Woodard in that time, is that right? Or I guess he's,
End of 97.
so you are already with him when Junior moves back here, basically your dad and going to high school. At
We are still residing in an RV on the piece of property with his parents, and I'm about as deep in again as I can possibly get.
similar situation. Is Mark though around to see having violence on you, or is he not really because he's with your dad?
He has never seen her.
And then it sounds like your dad, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Your dad was drinking, had problems, abusive when you were small. On both you and sounds like your whole family. Okay. Did I understand you right that he sort of was drinking less? And when you said he was better, you mean better, like he wasn't doing that stuff later in life? Does it sound like?
Yes.
Okay. You're not aware of him ever putting hands on Junior?
No, ma'am.
And you felt safe leaving Junior with your dad?
Yes, ma'am.
And to your knowledge, he wasn't drinking
No, ma'am.
during those years?
No, ma'am. He was on heart medication.
So these are Mark's high school years, right?
Correct.
And so he's got your father as a role model. They seem to fish and hunt and do nice things together.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you happy with that placement of him finally?
Ultimately, I would like to have not been where I was and had my child. But
Right, obviously, but it sounds like
knowing that where he is and I can see him, yes.
right. Was he in a better position, he meaning Mark Junior, than like your other kids about time when he was with Kevin?
Yes, that's why I said there were reasons why I didn't have him there.
Right.
And that was part of it. I was already fighting to get out of where I was.
Okay. And you never witnessed Mark Junior be physical with girlfriends, right?
No, ma'am.
And he had several girlfriends longer term. Miss Savage, Heather Savage, and I believe, Mary Hall or Vicky Hall. You guys, what I'm talking about. Okay. And you saw signs of drug and alcohol problems in Mark all through those adult years, right?
Absolutely.
With those 2 girlfriends as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Did those 2 girlfriends also exhibit drug and alcohol problems?
Yes.
Okay, so it wasn't just when Cindy Guinan showed up,
No, ma'am.
all of a sudden we have a drug and alcohol.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And Ms. Peoples asked you about post Bridges. Meaning when he gets out of the Bridges program, he was sober for a period of time, right?
Yes, ma'am. But he's doing very well.
And then he wasn't, and then Cindy and them were in substance abuse troubles kind of moving forward. And you observed behaviors, you didn't observe them using drugs, but you observed behaviors out of both of them, is that correct?
Yes.
And on August 26th, when you interacted with them, did you see observations of either of them being impaired that day when you came to the scene?
Both just seemed all,
But not,
I mean, everything that was happening right then, and it was it's a not real type situation.
right,
So I don't expect I to be able to judge how anybody would have to. It's not.
and I think previously you described being quiet, maybe in shock,
Yes, ma'am.
but not necessarily signs of impairment on your son.
No,
I think you saw him on Cindy though, is that right?
yes, she just seemed blank and like her speech was a little off.
I don't have any other questions with that.
Do you?
So the state asked you about August 26th.
And you love your son? And in the days leading up to August 26th, did you hear phrases like Martian, Mark,
Yes, ma'am.
and was he talking about things that, I'm gonna use the word hallucinating, but was he talking about things that weren't there?
Yes,
You told police about them.
yes, that is.
And you told your brother John Atkins about it.
I did. My brother actually talked to me about it as well. He got a message that was just not normal.
Just,
Odd.
just not acting right.
No.
And
Mark had called, told me he was climbing a tree. And I said, somewhere in the tree.
so then, let me ask you this, in terms of contestants inside the house and outside the house. You immediately go to law enforcement. And the state referred to that as you doing the right thing.
Correct.
And you did that for Robert and Tate.
Tate, Robert.
And you also said for Mark. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Wanted to be safe. Protect him. I didn't want him to die. Someone to kill him.
No further questions, John.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You missed it, she can read for me, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Next witness, that's
Our defense calls Kayla Woodard.
Just wondered if you come on up here and take a seat in the witness chair. Go ahead and get seated and speak directly into that microphone before we place you under.
I swear from the testimony to give this house the truth, the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, would speak out directly into that microphone so everybody can hear you. Please state your full name for the record.
Kayla Lynn Woodard.
All right, thank you, Ms. Woodard. Ms. Peoples, you may proceed.
This state your name. Kayla Woodard,
And what's your date of birth?
8/29/1999.
How do you know Mark Wilson Jr.?
He's my older brother.
Say that again?
He is my older brother.
And do you have younger brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
2.
And growing up, how much time did you get with him doing that?
Quite a few times. I met him when I was young. And after that, there was a couple more visits. And when he got older, he made sure to come a lot more. So there was a lot of spring trips, a lot of fishing trips.
Your Honor, may defense use a PowerPoint presentation for this one?
I don't have an objection, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Kayla, if you could describe who's in this photo?
On the left is Junior, and on the right is myself.
And what was your older brother like?
Very funny, sweet, and he's basically my older brother, you know, someone you look up to.
Can you tell the jury about your feelings of fear about going into kindergarten?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, I was the only kid. I didn't have any cousins or brothers. So school was kind of scary for the first time. My mom got up early that morning. My brother got up early with her. She said, "Would you feel better if Bubba came with you this morning?" And I said, yes. At that time, then we got to school. He had slowly made me feel better that morning in the car. I'm joking around. And then we got to school, walked to the classroom. I got a little more nervous as we got to the door. There was already some kids in there. When it was time to sit down, he grabbed my hand, he walked me to my desk. He said, "You got this. You're gonna be okay."
And that was some time ago, but he encouraged you and you were able to go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a memory that you have of your older brother?
Yes.
How was that day at school?
It was very good.
Now, over the years, your brother didn't live with you all the time.
No, ma'am.
He'd come and visit from time to time.
Yes,
So you graduate high school?
yes, I did.
Did he come for that?
Yes, he did.
You can tell the jury what's the age of this brother.
That's us wrestling together to try and take a picture. A good picture. Junior's in the back. My younger brother Kevin is in the front. And Colton is on the right.
So you get a picture.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, what did he bring for you that day?
He was the only person that brought me flowers that day.
What else do you remember about your brother?
I know that he always wanted me to finish school because he had graduated. So it was a big milestone for me to graduate high school.
And you remember August 26th, and I'm gonna take you to the next day, and Cindy's at the house.
Yes, ma'am.
If you can explain to the jury what you saw, meaning your brother's not home, but law enforcement showed up for Cindy.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what you saw that day?
Judge, I'm gonna object this to relevance.
We can approach her.
Caleb, do you want to go? Just a minute. Caleb, do you love your brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Steve, any questions?
No questions at all, Judge.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You may step down and she can remain in the courtroom.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, just a second for the witnesses, that's okay?
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a short break while I talk scheduling with the lawyers, and then we'll bring you back in and let you know where we're going. So if you all step into the jury room, let's take a break. Thank you. Please proceed. All right, so I think Steve, you said that you would have your witnesses ready first thing on the morning.
Yes, we were figuring hopefully 8:30 we'll have our first witness ready. And we should, worst case, I'm waiting to hear back from that expert. But he definitely was available at 9, but I'm trying to get him available at 8:30, and then we should be done with 2 experts in the morning up till about 11:30. If that long even, and then we'll pick up in the afternoon with the last expert. And I anticipate, I guess, if the defense is filing a Daubert motion, I'm not sure when we're going to hear that, Judge. We might need to, you probably have to have the testimony of that individual in the afternoon. So tomorrow may run later than we thought.
Is that the afternoon? witness?
Yes, sir.
That's
That's
ready too. So we'll plan on the first 2 in the morning. Is necessary for the hearing. And then I think the last witness. Okay, so I'm going to tell the jury then we're going to be excused until tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Agreed, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can check on the deputy and see if they're ready.
Judge, this hasn't brought up, we want to let them know that we anticipate we're going to be closing on Friday morning. Yeah, okay.
There was about 10 of them in line for the restaurant.
Well, tell them they're coming out for just a minute and see if they're ready.
Come out for just a couple minutes. Is anyone in the restroom? All right, give us 1 minute. Stop on the door, what you got. Yeah, the last one's coming out.
Thank you.
That's a great thing. Everybody? All rise, the jurors in the courtroom, please.
Thank you. Ready to today, so we're going to dismiss you for today. And the state will have some witnesses that will be coming back on the stand tomorrow. So we'll have you come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And I want to let you know that at this point, the pace that we're on, it appears that we probably will be ready to have you deliberate on Friday. So same warning as last time now, and this is with regard to Friday. On Friday, I need you to come to court prepared to stay the night if necessary during deliberations, and that'll be for everybody. And so the same general rules as previously. While you're on this recess until tomorrow morning, should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of the case until you've heard all of the evidence, the argument by the lawyers, and instructions that I will give you. Until that time, you must not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case during the recess. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell him or her that you're on the jury trying the case. Ask that person to stop. If they persist, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the jail if advised me. As a reminder, you must not have any discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So don't even let your closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communications, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about the case face to face, you must not talk about the case using an electronic device. Don't use your phone, computer, or other devices to communicate or do any research on the case or on the law applicable to the case. Don't send or accept any messages related to the case or your jury service. Don't discuss the case or ask for advice by any means, including posting information on a website, social media, chat room, or blog. There very well be news accounts of the trial on television, print, or online. You're not to listen to, watch, or read any of those accounts. If you do become aware of any violation of these rules, please notify court personnel of that violation. All right, so with that, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All rise, jurors next to the courtroom, please.
All right, please be seated. We'll go ahead and take about until 3 o'clock recess. I have unfortunately a couple of things I need to handle in chambers unrelated to this case. Back at 3 that are urgently calling to me. And so we'll come back on the record at 3 and talk about Dr. Meadows. All right, we'll be in recess until then. All right, for the record, the parties are present, the defendant is present, the jury is in recess. All right, this goes back to the motion to eliminate those five with regard to Dr. Meadows using the term antisocial personality disorder. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
All right, so give you an opportunity to point to specific things in his deposition that would support one side's position or the other. I guess we'll start with that defense since it's your motion.
Your Honor, it's 2 points that we're seeking immunity to prevent Dr. Meadows' testimony tomorrow. And the first is regarding his opinion on testimony of memory. So Dr. Meadows is a psychologist. He has no specialized training in memory. He did no objective testing in memory. He agrees that there's a body of objective testing available, and specific to this case, the Tom memory malingering test was completed by Dr. Croft. So in an absence of any testing, he and or experience, I should say, so it's both that it's an area he's not trained in and didn't provide any testing for. He'd like to give his opinion on Mr. Wilson's memory. So looking at that first, and then the second issue is regarding the antisocial personality disorder, that Meadows then claimed that he met the diagnostic criteria under the DSM-5. The current version is the DSM-5-TR. I will say that the criteria hasn't moved as much from either the 5 or the TR, but more importantly, regardless which version he's looking under, Mr. Mark Wilson Jr. doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria. So I understand that the state had shared some deposition transcripts from the Bilberries with him, where there's some discussion of theft for purposes of food to eat. But even with that, it's not a pervasive pattern of conduct disorder before the age of 15. And in absence of the conduct disorder before the age of 15, Mr. Wilson doesn't meet that diagnostic criteria. Now, he does in terms of a pattern, and I would say that the 3 prior arrests aren't sufficient for a pattern, but the pattern there after 15 and he's over the age of 18, I can understand there's some argument that the state may want to put forward in support of it. But looking at the diagnostic criteria, and I do have a copy for the court, I believe the state has their own, but I can provide a copy for the court. He doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria. So for those 2 reasons, whether it's the memory issue or the antisocial personality issue, this is a death penalty case. It's a highly emotional case, and that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial effect. And that Dr. Meadows holding himself out as a psychologist when he knows that he is, whether it's memory beyond his purview, or it's an antisocial personality disorder, discussing something that the client doesn't meet the diagnostic criteria on. And cross-examination would not be sufficient to undo the harm that Dr. Meadows would cause the defendant in this case. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we ask to have this testimony corrected on those 2 issues.
Steve?
Yes, sir. So I'll start with moving backwards, and then we'll go to the memory issue. Antisocial personality disorder. I know Ms. Peoples doesn't want to recognize that Travis Bilberry, and it's exactly in his depot. And he says, we would go around.
They could identify page.
Yes, ma'am. Of course, it's page 13, Travis Bilberry depot.
Which doesn't help me at all.
Yes, sir.
Here, nothing.
I don't have it pulled up myself.
May I email that to the court?
Sure.
Well, actually, I think, I couldn't find it there. I'll just email it to the court, Ms. Peoples, so you have it to look at together.
I will tell you that I read about 50 pages of Dr. Meadows' deposition just now, the first 50 pages. He didn't study them in detail. I'm very troubled by his testimony statement. I'm just gonna let you know that leading in,
About the antisocial personality disorder?
just the entire testimony. He professes in about 20 to 25 of those pages to be a human lie detector. And that testimony, the way he presented it, the way he framed it, is exactly what you would argue to a jury. I don't need a doctor with a PhD to come up here and tell me that somebody with 2 prior felonies is susceptible to not telling the truth. That's in our evidence code already.
I don't think that's what he's saying, Judge.
Oh, he said it exactly. Don't try to tell me what's not in there. I just read it. And perhaps I'm a little testy now because that, I don't like the way that deposition went. I don't like the tone that was taken in it. And I know everybody was in a hurry, but he was, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. He does not come across very well in that deposition. I'll just leave it at that.
Understand, Judge, and certainly as a psychologist, he's entitled to articulate why there would not be this momentarily blackout for 20 minutes, looking at the circumstances before, after, and all the other issues involved, relating that to drugs. Whether or not the questions were asked properly in the deposition to relate it that way, I anticipate Ms. Dutton will probably be more cohesive and more appropriate in pinpointing the expertise that allows him to do that. He's not going to get up here and say the guy's a liar, a liar, a liar. What he's going to do is he's going to go through the facts of the case. He's going to relate it to his experience and say there is no diagnosis that would say someone right before understands everything, right after understands everything, and then only for that circumstance doesn't remember it. He'll relate that that's consistent with someone who's malingering at that point, which is completely within his province. The defense has put up all these experts.
I don't know that it is, and calm down.
Yes, sir.
I don't know that it is within his province. He's telling me in that deposition, he comes across like the God's gift to the legal community on telling the truth. It's very offensive. Reading the text of that deposition is very offensive. Now, I know you'll prepare him better to testify tomorrow, but I didn't see a lick in there of him applying psychiatric principles. He's instead applying the fact that he goes, this person has 2 prior, he's a DOC twice before, so I know he's gonna lie. He almost said that exactly. He said, this person has done this, and so I know he's gonna lie. I didn't see a doctor in that deposition doing a clinical evaluation. I saw somebody that came in and was told this person has murdered 2 people. The defense is raising this. In fact, you all didn't even provide him the aggravators. But he seemed to be able to cite to them.
But those aren't relevant. He's not allowed to talk about aggravation.
Right, but
he's only allowed to talk about mitigation and
Okay.
rebut that. So Judge, he's gonna rebut that the defense.
But he told you it was cold, calculated, premeditated during his deposition. So is he objective when he comes in and he hasn't even been told that that's one of the ones you're seeking? And he jumps in and says, it was cold, calculated, premeditated, he's a live murderer. That's kind of the way it comes across. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be objective here. I literally just read it and it's shocking.
And Judge, that's not what his testimony is going to be at trial. He's going to be able to rebut the 2 specific mitigators the defense is trying to say that a doctor has diagnosed him and said that these 2 apply to him. Certainly it's within his province to look at that and say, no, it doesn't apply. This is why it doesn't apply. and blankety blank. So that wasn't done in the deposition as to why it doesn't apply. Just because the deposition is not organized in a cohesive manner where you can follow what the testimony at trial is going to be, that doesn't mean he's going to come in and do what he does in the deposition, Judge.
So that gets to the point two. We were really kind of talking about point two, but point one is diagnostically, page 30 of his deposition. He says, my opinion is, I think he has antisocial personality disorder. He has antisocial personality. He doesn't even say disorder. He's a prison reoffender. That's a legal definition. This will now be the third time he goes to prison. I don't see any evidence of any type of psychiatric illness. That's his opinion right there. Is it not?
That's part of his opinion, sir, yes.
What else?
Are you asking for the antisocial personality disorder?
Sure, that's the one we're talking about right now.
Okay, well, he addresses it, he goes through criteria with Ms. Peoples, and that's on page, if you look at the deposition, he talks about it on page 28. And if you read through his entire deposition and talking about it, he establishes all the factors for it, Judge.
Can I see the DSM criteria?
Yes, sir.
On one side or the other, whichever version we're
If you
using.
have a printed out.
Copy of it.
It's fine. And I can outline exactly what has been qualified here, and it's certainly up to him to make that diagnosis if the stuff qualifies, whether or not because he's stealing because, Ms. Peoples says he wants to get food. That's not what the witness testified to in the deposition. And even so, that doesn't mean that wouldn't qualify.
It's always scary to read these definitions and realize that you meet the criteria. Because my time in the 82nd Airborne puts me clearly within criteria number A, 1 through 7. Impulsivity, failure to plan ahead, jumping out of perfectly good airplanes, irritability and aggressiveness, physical fights or assaults, what we're paid to do, reckless disregard for the safety of self, jumping out of perfectly good airplanes. In any regard, I'm being a little smart aleck here, but the point is, I'm not sure what he's telling me. I'm an expert to do that.
Yes, sir, but if you look at the criteria, Mr. Wilson certainly meets the criteria set out here. And Dr. Meadows, what he's going to rely on is he's going to rely on the fact of his consistent drug use before the age of 15, the fact that he is stealing continuously, and Mr. Travis Bilberry, he says, we would go around, we do a lot of, yes, it's line 20.
On which one? On Mr. Bilberry?
No, Mr. Bilberry, page 13, line 20.
Hang on a second.
And if you read through all of Mr. Bilberry's deposition, he talks about him as being a troublemaker. This is at a young age. But then on line 20, he says, oh, I would watch him. He would go around, we would do a lot of stealing. And I participated myself in some of it, because I was with him. Nothing about that they're stealing for food. And then if you read back further, Mr. Bilberry talks about that Mr. Wilson is a troublemaker. In fact, he describes him even worse than that, Judge. He calls him a monster before, and now he's still a monster. But obviously, we're not going to go that route. We're just going to rely on the actual information he provides that's tangible. But he certainly would meet the criteria. If Dr. Meadows feels like he meets the criteria, we're not using it to aggravate any of the defense in this case. What the defense is, they're diagnosing him with something. I anticipate Dr. Meadows will diagnose him with something different. We're not going to harp on the lack of remorse because that's something that the Supreme Court has said that with antisocial personality disorder, it's not proper for the state to harp on that, but it is proper for the state to use antisocial personality disorder to rebut any other diagnosis as the defense has. So if the defense is diagnosing him with PTSD and Dr. Meadows thinks it's more antisocial personality disorder, he's entitled as a practitioner to give his opinion. Ms. Peoples can cross-examine. She can say, well, before 15, he was stealing for food. He was using drugs because his parents told him to. Those are all fair game, but it doesn't go for preventing him from doing that, Judge.
All right, Ms. Peoples?
Your Honor, if we were to take that in absence of the totality of the circumstances, they might have a leg on that chair. But we heard from Elsie Bover yesterday that the children were stealing for food. So we can't ignore what we know, right? And his statement earlier on, and I appreciate the state not using it, but he's talking about he's a monster, and he's talking about it in reference to the case.
We said he's always been a monster. Once somebody is.
Interrupt you, sir.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
So we have to take everything in context. And then the third part of he's a troublemaker. Again, you're dealing with Travis Boveri talking about his relationship with a brother or a stepbrother that he doesn't even consider a stepbrother anymore from over 10, 15 years ago. So the point with Travis saying one thing, but then for Dr. Meadows to rely on that in support of the diagnostic criteria that stealing for food, which wouldn't fall in here, but to say that this would meet the criteria for conduct disorder, or the phrase that he's a troublemaker, again, wouldn't qualify for conduct disorder. So Dr. Meadows is a professional and he is bound by the rules, and in this particular case, the diagnostic criteria under the antisocial personality disorder, which Mr. Wilson does not qualify for. So to allow him, and again, cross-examination cannot undo the damage that he would cause. So to allow him to go before the jury and make this presentation, and the court is correct, he didn't say antisocial personality disorder, he said antisocial personality. So we're kind of in an additional quandary. It says, what exactly is he using? So I'm presuming he means the disorder of the DSM-5, a TR, that is what he's arguing. But I would ask the court.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Isn't this the classic battle of the experts? This is where one series of experts, on the basis of what they perceive to be good and strong evidence, makes one particular diagnostic conclusion, and another expert or experts, I don't know if the state may not have another, makes a different diagnostic conclusion from the same evidence. Unfortunately, psychiatric evidence, unlike other types of scientific evidence, which we occasionally encounter in court, like, well, just use DNA as an example. At least DNA, you get a probability of accuracy from it. But here, it does depend to a great extent on the subjective interpretation of a trained professional, does it not?
Your Honor, if they were calling Meadows to rebut, for
It's
example.
Dr. Meadows.
Yes, no, I apologize, but if they were calling Dr. Meadows to rebut, Dr. Quinones, for example, to say he doesn't have PTSD, that would be one thing. Or if they were calling him to rebut Dr. Croft to argue that your interpretation of the Tom is incorrect. Again, one thing. But what they're doing is bringing them in to argue something that my client doesn't even qualify for. So it's not to say that he can't get on the
Well,
stand.
that you say he doesn't qualify.
No, the DSM-5 TRs are there.
Well, again, hang on a second. Have you inquired of any of your experts? Do you have any of them prepared to say that this is an incorrect interpretation? Is there anyone willing to say?
I can't bring them in today, but I've talked to, and I haven't asked if they're willing to testify on the issue. But clearly my experts are not in agreement with Dr. Meadows. They're questioning greatly why we use certain diagnostic tools under the circumstances. But to your question as to who's willing to come in and testify, I didn't ask. I did not. But rather than have the battle of the experts deal with the diagnostic tools that Meadows is bound by and that he's clearly violated. The state's identifying drug use, troublemaker, and theft as meeting the diagnostic criteria before the age of 15 and ignoring the full picture of the totality of the circumstances. Meaning he's stealing to eat, the drug use is directly caused to the trauma, And if they were calling Dr. Meadows to challenge our doctors to say that, no, it's not PTSD, or no, along those lines, it would be one thing, and again, that was equal cross-examination. This is quite different in terms of he's trying to come before the jury with a presentation of diagnostic that the client doesn't meet the criteria for, and that's what we're arguing. That, and it's hoped that what we saw in the deposition isn't what's displayed on the scan, but specific to that criteria. That's why we're filing this motion, to prevent his testimony about his view that the client qualifies under this diagnostic criteria.
But I don't know that that's my call with all of my training with a Juris Doctorate, a Master of Laws degree, and an oath to uphold the Constitution of the state.
Yes.
For me to second guess the diagnostician who says in his professional opinion, this is the facts.
Right, but the court, Your Honor, Judge McGillen, you are the gatekeeper. Right, so yes, it is.
I'm a gatekeeper on legal issues. I don't know that I get to, here I've got a trained, and I went through in the first 50 pages was also Dr. Meadows's. I mean, he's 30 years experience as a PhD. He explained all of his experience in education and such. And understand, he is not a neuropsychologist, and he admitted that during his testimony about that. He is just a I don't think he claimed any specialty in psychology. And he is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, because he did catch one of you who made I can't remember who made the comment, psychiatrist. He said, no, I'm a psychologist. So he knows his lane, and he appears to be properly credentialed. I didn't really see, and maybe some of the 40 pages I haven't read yet, which I should do. I haven't seen where he did apply. Nobody took him through the diagnostic criteria. If we go back to Daubert and go back to the rule of evidence, is there a scientific methodology, and is there evidence he used it?
Yes, so later on in the deposition, I posed that question as to what criteria he's used.
Okay.
But when he does explain it, and I'll try and see if I can get to that page. It probably is a little bit further along, but I did ask him for what diagnostic criteria he's using. And then he pulls it up. And again, we're absent this conduct disorder before the age of 15. A lot of what he was pointing to, and I appreciate the state identifying now that he's relying on the Bilberry deposition. But even there, we're still lacking. At the end of the day, I'm trying to make sure Mr. Wilson has a fair trial.
And believe me, I think everybody in this courtroom is on the same sheet of music there. So.
If I just have one other thing we're missing, this people's, I don't know if she remembers from the deposition of Dr. Warner, who is a psychiatrist, who did an independent evaluation. She also diagnosed this with antisocial personality disorder. So now we have an independent psychiatrist who comes to the same conclusion, Judge.
Right,
so
emotions dealing with her.
Well, I understand, let me just finish. So I understand Ms. Peoples doesn't like Dr. Meadows' opinion, and she basically says he's violating his oath, which I think is very far stepping for her to say, because she doesn't even know what his oath is. So to say that would be, just beyond me. I'm not trying to say that, but an independent doctor diagnosed him. And a psychiatrist is a medical doctor who does the same thing, went through the same process, looked at the same facts, and came to the same conclusion. So I'm not quite sure how Ms. Peoples is substituting her JD opinion with a psychiatrist and a psychologist's opinion. Otherwise, every situation, if Ms. Peoples doesn't agree with it, then they can't testify because she says they don't meet the
So
criteria.
let's go to the record, page 52, 51, thank you.
Yeah.
So at the bottom of 52, he goes into the criteria in his analysis. The question right before that is really kind of about where I stopped reading. So perhaps I should have kept on reading longer and kept you all waiting longer. I was trying to go as quickly as I could, but right above that is where he talks about truthfulness being a whole considerable issue. So that's really issue one as we framed it here today. And I've already kind of flamed you on that one because I have concerns about that. But then going to the bottom of page 51, let me read that answer there. Hang on, we don't need to read it in the record. So that's his whole opinion on antisocial personality disorder. What's on the, from 51 line 18 to 52 line 5?
Right, Your Honor, he's basically reading through the diagnostic criteria, but if you keep going, then he'll try to explain that a little bit further.
And I'm just not aware that experts are restricted only to testify what's in their deposition. So I'm relaying to the court as a officer of the court. I anticipate this going to testify to. If we need a proffer, we certainly can, judge, but Dr. Meadows is going to be able to articulate his reasons why he believes he qualifies.
If you can keep reading on page 52.
I'm ready. So that's it right there on 51 and 52. That's his whole analysis.
I
of
don't
the
hold the state to
criteria.
it, but that's why.
I think that's what he talked to Ms. Peoples about, but I don't think there was follow-up questions. I mean, if you watched it, it's not a very clear deposition put together well to pull all the facts out that we need.
However, that's his statement. He's reading off the DSM-5, he's reading the diagnostic, and that's his explanation, and that's insufficient.
Well, it may very well be right there in that deposition right there. It sounds like we're going to be hearing more about antisocial personality disorder with regard to your daughter ruling. I have some concerns about whether you did apply the criteria. He seems somewhat dismissive, actually, of all those 500 pages in the DSM, which is would be kind of like me saying all those jury instructions. About that. When in fact, if there's 7 elements to a crime, you have to hit all 7. You can't just hit 6. It's not good enough. But so I'm going to probably need to hear from Dr. Meadows specifically on this if he's going to make that diagnosis. But I understand these people. I'm not going to some sort of super diagnostician up here. That's not my job. If there's a professional dispute between 2 people that have properly applied the Dogwood criteria, the evidentiary rules to their own scientific endeavor, and then that passes the gatekeeper function, as I understand it.
And just, can I address her first argument now, or are we?
I think we're going to have to defer this second one and probably have some testimony from Dr. Meadows. So go ahead.
Sure. Yes.
Talk to me
sir.
about it.
Defense, I will make an attempt to have our own experts available.
Well, they don't necessarily need to counter testify. This is something you could potentially do through cross preparation. I'm not telling you how to try the case.
Right, but if the courts.
And I have been paying very close attention to what they've all been saying so far. I've got lots and lots of pages of notes. So, all right, let's go back to the.
I'm sorry. So, but to Meadows is twofold. It's memory and the.
Right. That's we're going back to memory. Okay. Yeah. He did agree that, in fact, he used almost the exact same language that probably was by design question. Everybody refers to it as the gold standard of testing. He did reference to I believe to the Tom directly.
He does, but he obviously we anticipate that the testimony will come out to reflect the usage of the Tom, how Dr. Kropp utilized it. He gave it to him, not with the other tests, which is basically a requirement or a standard that's utilized by psychologists. So it really wouldn't have tested his malingering because it was given on a separate date and not in conjunction with other tests. I anticipate that's what he'll say on the TOMS. He'll agree that TOMS is very helpful, but it needs to be given in the proper course of an evaluation.
There were a number of other tests that were administered that we heard about yesterday that went to memory though as well.
Yes, but what Dr. Meadows will also testify is, I know Ms. Peoples doesn't think he has any specialized training in memory, but he's a psychologist who talks to thousands and thousands of people. And that's part of his job, is to figure out what's going on in their minds and their memories, whether or not they're feigning memory issues, whether or not it's consistent with any diagnosis they give. He's certainly entitled to look at all the circumstances. He did a clinical evaluation of him, and he was able to recite lots of different facts and circumstances to him. So Dr. Meadows can utilize his training and experience to say, based on that, it doesn't seem consistent with any mental disorders for him to only not recollect this one-time window, first of all, and then he'll use it in rebutting of the mitigators. And secondly, he'll say that the testing, if the testing is not given correctly, there could be an issue with the testing, one. And secondly, that based on a practitioner, psychologists don't just rely on testing to determine someone's memory function. Their job is to clinically interview people. That's what their job is. They rely on testing to support their opinions sometimes, but they can independently do that. For us to substitute our judgment for him and say, you can in your job look at someone, like if Dr. Meadows was to communicate with someone and he was able to identify, you know what, this person seems to have an intellectual disability. I'm telling by the way he's responding this way, based on my training, these are symptoms that I'm looking for. He certainly can articulate that to a jury. And what the defense is trying to rely on here, which is being lost with the jury, is just relying on testing for his memory issues. But the reality is, how does that apply to his everyday functioning? And Dr. Meadows, I anticipate, will say, his everyday functioning is not consistent with that testing. If you look at this, he can recite this, he knows this, he drives, he's a mechanic, he does all these things. It's not consistent with him functioning on that low end like that testing's showing. In my opinion, I believe his memory is functioning properly based on all these factors. It's within his province to say that. I know Ms. Peoples doesn't think he has any special training in memory, but I guarantee when Dr. Meadows gets up here, he's going to tell you about the last 30 years, plus all this training where he's taught to do that. And I don't know exactly what they're taught, but I guarantee they're taught in their clinicals to look for that stuff. He was in fact somebody who evaluates competency and insanity for courts. And I think he's done thousands, if not tens of thousands of evaluations. And competency is a situation where they're having to determine memory issues too. That is something within his province to determine whether or not their memory is being feigned in that situation. He's not required to rely on a test. And if you find that anywhere, look in the DSM. It doesn't say anything about, in order for you to diagnose someone or in order for you to do your job, you have to rely on a test. That's just not, that's not true. And to say that he can't do this, it's just really, all of their doctors, to be honest with you, I mean, their doctors are looking at certain factors and avoiding the whole instance to say at the time he was impaired. And I anticipate Dr. Meadows is going to say, that's clearly not how a psychologist's practice should work or how you evaluate those situations. You actually have to ask them about that. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do because that's what a psychologist would do in that situation to see if those mitigators would be applicable. So I understand the defense doesn't want him to, but that's how he works. If psychologists were just tests, why would we need psychologists? Why don't we just get tests on a computer? We test people, we just bring the test results in here. The psychologists are there because they're specially trained at dealing with people and situations and diagnosing folks. So that's just the state's position, Judge.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if the state's following the motion. We are not, the motion is a motion in limine because Dr. Meadows is not following his own best practices as a psychologist. He's opining on memory in absence of objective testing. So if he is being called to rebut the defense experts on memory, when the defense experts relied on objective testing, it would, I at best could say that.
I'm sorry, when you say objective testing, you're saying based on a document based or a formatted series of questions with a scoring rate, rather than his diagnostic impressions.
Right, because what really, as much as they keep running down he's here to say he's feigning memory, is that they're calling Dr. Meadows to call Mark Wilson a liar. In terms of he's lying, that he doesn't remember the homicide that he's confessed to. That is all, so this is a real workaround to just get testimony out to call them a liar, is what they're trying to do. Okay, so, and they know what they're trying to do, and that's why there's no testing here. So again, there's no testing whatsoever, so for him to sit there and start giving his opinion about his memory, and it's on that one issue, it's not his memory about, you know, do you remember the times your father hit you in your childhood? Doesn't ask that. Do you remember the times that you're sexually assaulted? Doesn't ask that. He's asking him about the memory of the homicide that he has not disclosed to anyone with the statement of, I don't remember. That's what Dr. Meadows is coming in for, to, at heart, and really what he's trying to do is just call the client a liar. But he has no testing for that. There's absolutely no testing whatsoever. So for him to do some sort of magical workaround, or I guess he sees himself as a psychic because he has no testing for this, and that's what we're trying to prevent. So it's not just that he's not trained in this area, it's emotional lineage. We're trying to have a fair trial. We're trying to prevent Dr. Meadows from prejudicing Mark Wilson's trial and efforts before this jury. So he knows, even though throughout and I'm glad the court's read that, because you really do have to look at this in context for the amount of times that he called the client a liar. He's calling him a liar about that memory that he's saying that the client is feigning that he doesn't remember it. So it's not like he's just calling him a liar in passing. He's really honing in on this one
Well,
issue.
that is the concern, and I'd like the state to address that, because I did hear testimony yesterday specifically from the neuropsychologist with regard to the memory testing. Actually, I guess it would have been Dr. Crop. His testimony about the testing that he did, and the fact that certain memories, and this really is battle experts thing, but he said that certain portions of the brain that were potentially damaged are the ones that form certain types of memories, auditory or visual memories, and those are that problematic. But Dr. Meadows hasn't done, he didn't do any of that testing, and at the time of this deposition, and this is an important thing because the date time group matters in this case. Dr. Meadows had not yet had a chance, because of the late hour of when he was presented with a lot of this material, to review the depositions of the other experts or the testing materials of the other experts. So to a certain extent, this is, I guess, premature, because we don't know if he has a chance to review all those same objective, if you're going to call them that, objective testing materials, will he still have the same opinion?
I think what his opinion will be is, you know, and Ms. Peoples, I guess I'm missing the point. Maybe I should write it down and I'll try and look down and remember it the whole time. But we're not missing the point. First of all, if you remember, Dr. Warner is going to be talking about memory more than Dr. Meadows. What Dr. Meadows is mainly going to be rebutting is the capital felony was committed while the defendant was under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance, which the defense has already put in, and the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminality of his or her conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of law. So he will use all the circumstances and factors to articulate why he does not believe those apply. The defense used all their doctors to say why they applied, even without even addressing that day. Secondly, I anticipate Dr. Meadows will rebut the diagnosis of PTSD and talk about certain things that their doctor talked about that is not consistent. Like he tried to say that the MMPI that he gave, you shouldn't give it to someone if they have trauma. But I anticipate what will come out is the MMPI has trauma scales in it to actually measure trauma. So we're going to show that their doctor was not completely candid and accurate with the jury. Certainly it's a battle of experts and they can disbelieve or believe who they want. And we also anticipate talking about the TOMS, and the TOMS was given at a time when it wasn't given with other tests, which is completely against the testing protocol. And secondarily, thirdly, I assume he's going to talk about the MMPI and the invalidity of it because the defendant wouldn't respond. And he'll explain why there's validity measures in there. Certainly the defense can cross-examine him on that. That's certainly fine. In reference to going back and you know, all this memory and all this stuff, I anticipate Dr. Warner, as a psychiatrist who has dealt with thousands and thousands of individuals, and she provides counseling, she still runs a crisis center. She's an actual practicing, not just someone who comes in and testifies, she's actually a clinician who practices, and she is going to tell you that based on her review of this, the medical records with the scan, based on the reports of those individuals, based on the testing material, that based on her interview and reviewing all the circumstances and facts in the case, she does not believe, as a medical doctor, she's a medical doctor who is a psychiatrist. And she is going to tell you in her medical opinion, it does not show him having any sort of functioning issues based on her interview of him, based on reviewing his statement, based on reviewing all the evidence provided to her. That's within her province to articulate that, because they're trying to say he has all these memory issues because he has tests. So the tests are the way to do it. But in the reality of psychiatrists, if you talk to a psychiatrist, psychiatrists don't get tested, right? If you talk to the psychiatrist, that's not their, they actually aren't really, I think, authorized to get testing. They do it by talking to people and figuring out the circumstances with them. That's how they diagnose people on a consistent basis and determine things about their memory. So I understand the defense doesn't like it, but you know, unfortunately, that's kind of, you know, as long as they're qualified and they can articulate how the memory works. Have you talked to people about memory? Do you diagnose people about memory? I anticipate Dr. Warner is going to talk about, she's in a crisis unit that she runs, and she sees 70 patients a day. And she consistently talks to them. She doesn't give them tests to figure out what's going on. She has to communicate with them. She has to figure out, I'm sure she's going to say she's determined people have memory issues in communicating with them before, and that she's had to deal with that in her role. But in real, like, the reality was, we did an 1.5-hour demo with Dr. Warner, and Ms. People spent an hour and 20 minutes talking about nothing to do with what she's going to testify with, and then left like 10 minutes and kind of rushed through. So I'm not sure she's aware of everything Dr. Warner will testify to.
So since we're talking about doctors, we haven't filed a motion yet, but it would appear that the state is going to rely on Dr. Warner for memory. And I see no prejudice to them allowing Dr. Meadows to discuss something that is beyond his purview. So again, I'd ask the court to restrict the testimony of Dr. Meadows on memory, and that if the court will allow us, I believe the court, it sounds like the court's going to allow the state an opportunity for Dr. Meadows to proffer, contrary to what's in the statute. We could bring, we will see if we can bring our own.
He was pretty clear in the deposition that he had not reviewed very much at all. He really had read, and I think this is what kind of got me going, is he had read your motion on mitigation, and he had a visceral reaction to it that is not professional, I don't believe. And so that kind of got to me, and I apologize to all of you for that, because I mean, not what I expect from someone that's a professional.
Right. So the other motion I was working on, which sounds like I don't need to file, is dealing with remorse. So the only one I will, meaning Dr. Meadows had a long discussion about lack of remorse, which is not an aggravator, it's improper to argue.
Yeah, I don't think the state's going to be.
We're not going to argue that. We try to follow the law. That's what we do. We research what the Supreme Court says is appropriate, and we follow it.
So are we coming back at 8:30?
Yeah, we have to come back at 8:30, and unfortunately, we'll just make sure the jury's taken care of.
Should we be here at 8:15?
We can do that, if you can get your experts here.
Well, Dr. Megan's going to be first, and
Okay.
he's our radiologist, so Dr. Meadows will be after him at like 9:15.
All right.
Yeah, right. So then, if defense has an expert, we're allowed for committee to have them by Zoom if I can get them.
I have no objection to that. See,
And their expert would just be in rebuttal, Judge. It wouldn't be for them to.
No, I'm talking about arguing on this motion.
on the motion, you can call an expert on the motion. Yeah, we do that by Zoom.
How are they able
That's
to
how
call
it
an
presents the jury.
How are they able to call an expert to rebut another expert's opinion or qualifications? That's a battle of the experts. That's not relevant at that point.
But the court had inquired about whether or not there are any experts.
Well, no. I think you misunderstood the question. I'm sorry. So I'm not telling you to call a witness for that. you've already had 4 experts testify, come and testify on some of these topics. Some of them, I heard testimony, knowing that we'd be having this discussion, that I heard kind of setting up some of these issues. I assume that you and your co-counsel prepared that, and that's why you asked some of those questions. So I have heard some of that. I was just saying, can you point in any of those, point to any of those, that testimony that was specifically on this issue with Dr. Meadows? You don't have to call somebody tomorrow, and yes, you will have an opportunity to do a server model if necessary. And I would say, when you say you have an expert, I would say consult with your experts. I'm not telling you to call and testify, because I'm not convinced that Ms. Peoples, despite how fired up I am, I'm not convinced that this is a legal issue. It's a factual issue. It's a factual issue. That's for those fine folks over there to decide. And I understand my role as a gatekeeper, but even post-Daubert, the case law is all over the place post-Daubert, but even post-Daubert, it's a role that is tied still to the evidence code and did they follow the rules they purport that their profession requires them to follow. That's my only inquiry. And if we have 2 professionals that say, no, he didn't follow the rule, and the other one said he did, then that's for the 2 professionals to present and for you all to present to a jury. It's not one where I can say it has to stay out, with my understanding of the case. To the extent that Daubert applies here, it's the lowering a little bit of the bar while making the bar more certain.
And I pulled cases on the Daubert if court needs them. I'll have them tomorrow for their argument, but you'll see that it's consistently been held by the federal courts, because we don't have a lot of case law in Florida courts about it, that psychological testimony and psychiatric testimony is generally going to be allowed in those situations. So as long as it's not something that's, not consistent with scientific principles. And you can see they even went to, we'll talk about it tomorrow, but they went to the extent of an individual who didn't even use the proper DSM, didn't even have any testing, but they determined that that clinician was able to, because based on their experience, that it was still appropriate for them to opine about it. So we'll have that for the court.
And that's part of the issue. And I'll let you finish with people with decision motions. You do get the last word. I mean, that's one of the issues with psychiatric/psychological testing is they as a profession go by the DSM, but in the end, that is merely their considered opinion of the proper diagnostic criteria. Unlike having a cold, we can't say, yes, the person's got a runny nose, they do or don't have a fever, they do or don't have a rash or whatever else. It's rule-based and it's less objective inherent. And I know you're trying to put objectivity back in, and I applaud that, but that's the nature of that science.
So,
Final thought.
Your Honor, I would remind all that Dr. Meadows' DSM-5 TR textbook version was put up by the American Psychiatric Association. So this is their rule book. And in a death case, and I haven't seen their case law, but in a death case in Florida, they have heightened scrutiny. So I would end at that and just say that, again, we're trying to make sure Ms. Wilson has a fair trial.
Understood. I think everybody is. All right. Anything else for today?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. We'll be recessed until May 15th.
Oh, wait, don't we need to go over jury? Oh, we're going to do jury instructions tomorrow?
We're doing tomorrow.
Okay,
What time tomorrow?
And we've given the state anything to add, and we'll aim to get the mitigators tonight so that we can.
Yeah, if you can just take and add that stuff so we don't have to do it for you. Like just take the.
Shoot it to me in Word, because I'm already working on my version of it. So
Okay. Just don't.
Oh,
don't
I'm
forget
sorry.
The defense added in that extra jury instruction. The original ones we sent out don't have it, so if you just add that in, or that's what's added in.
And I apologize. So one, before Mr. Wilson goes, we got one more.
Sorry. Hang on. No, we need him.
Sorry, I didn't know. I just. So defense, because the court didn't allow, the court refused defense request after Kayla's Woodard statement. So if we could just have that quick proper.
Oh, okay. So we need her on the
Yes,
stand.
or is the state's in agreement, it is have her stand. So
Ms. Woodard? You're still under oath, Ms. Woodard. Go ahead. You can ask the questions in the nature of the problem.
Okay, so the day after, around the 27th, law enforcement came to your home and Cindy was in the home?
Yes.
If you could tell the court what you saw Cindy doing before before she was taken away.
We're at the house. And Mom's in the car with June. She's getting her statement, this case turns off.
Just turned it on. Yeah.
I'm sorry. And at the house with Cynthia. She is kind of frantic. She's wondering where Junior is. For her, I didn't have an answer. Other than that, he had went to McDonald's with my mom. She then proceeds to go to the bedroom, grab her purse, grabs a small baggie, a plastic bag with what I assume to be drugs of some sort. I'm guessing that it's pills. And she flushes those down the toilet. After she does that, she goes into the bedroom and she hides her phone under the bed.
Did you see the substance that she flashed?
I believe it's pills.
And why do you believe that?
Because they were elongated, they were blue, and then there were some that were round and white.
All right, so you actually saw the small, the oval size
Yes, ma'am.
blue pills and then the small white pills.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry. Hey, nothing further.
Just real briefly, ma'am, you're not a drug toxicologist expert, right?
No, sir, I'm not.
And you didn't see your brother with the pills, it was just Cindy with these possible pills,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, just because you said assumed and he just said possible. Did you see the pills?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you saw the pills, one was blue and one was white.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is it done for today?
Yes.
All right, we're going to recess.
Oh, it is.
The thing that's different about a Verbo vacation home, you always have the whole place to yourself.
Russ, how much better do you feel this week than last? Coach says you're trending in the right direction, but how do you quantify that, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I feel great, ready to roll. Super locked in and ready to hopefully get a big win in London. Obviously, this would be a key game for us. It's a really good football team we're playing. I think both of our records don't necessarily represent who we are. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of great football. It'd be cool to play back in London again. I remember the last time I got to play here, it was pretty special. So, the environment is amazing. It's world class. So I'm excited to get rolling. We had a good practice today. Guys have been focused. We had a great team dinner last night. Guys are really bonding and connecting. So we're ready to rock.
Could you play with any limitations?
Say again?
Could you play right now without any limitations? Or
Yeah, I feel great. I'm ready. I'll be ready to rock.
How tough was that for you last week, just to go through the week and want to play and then ultimately not?
Yeah, I mean, I was ready to roll. I've played with a lot over my career. Obviously, played 100 plus 50 games or whatever it was in a row. Until this dang finger I had. But I think that anytime you're not out there, I take it serious. I always want to be out in the field. They almost hit me there. I'm almost not in the field because of this. But yeah, I mean, I think that obviously it was tough not being out there. I want to, help us win and get on a hot streak and just get us rolling. We have this team that can do that, and so, but I think that, how the guys play, how Brett played, he played his butt off. Unfortunately, it didn't work out the way we wanted it to, but everybody just battled. And, like I said, we got to focus on this week.
Because of the record, do you put more pressure on yourself to play, or is the pressure to you always the same no matter what?
It doesn't matter what the record is. I always want to play. I always want to be out there with my teammates. So that didn't have a factor in it necessarily. I love being out there and playing with the guys.
Are you aware of kind of some of the heat that's coming on Coach Hackett, especially nationally? And did you talk to him about that in terms of turning this thing around, him being in his first year and getting a lot of criticism?
Listen, are you aware just because of how the world works? But I think that more than anything else, I've been trying to just stay focused on our team and focus on us getting better as a collective group and not worrying about the outside noise. Because the thing is that we can control the outside noise by how we play, and that's for everybody. That's started with me. It's starting with everybody across the team, to our coaches, to everybody. We're all in it. It's this thing together, and we know that, and we're excited about that because we feel like that's something that we can control. Even though as hard as it's been, it hasn't been exactly what we've wanted to be. Storms don't always last, and this one's not going to last because we're going to work our tails off and work through it, and we're going to try to be the best we can possibly be. I think Coach Hackett's a tremendous coach. He's worked his butt off. Same with the rest of the coaching staff, and as us players, we're working our butts off. It just hasn't come to fruition yet, how we've wanted to as a collective group. And like I said, it starts with one day at a time. You can't build everything in one day. You gotta make it happen today, and make one thing one moment at a time.
That's kind of along those lines. The trade deadline's coming up next week, and some players' names get floated out there. Do you talk to these players when you see that? Does that stuff get in the locker room, and how, as a leader, do you handle that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I heard that there's some stuff about Chubb and Judy and these guys. I told them that, listen. Yeah, the greater you are, the more people are going to want you, and the more that people are going to keep trying to throw your names out there and see what hits and what doesn't hit. But I think the reality is that I think Chubb's having his best season. He's been amazing for us, and obviously he's been a captain. He's been a leader. He's a guy that I love to play with, and obviously we hope that he's with us because for a long time because. He's special, man. I love playing with this guy. His competitive nature is pretty spectacular. Same thing with Jerry, man. This guy's getting better and better every day. The bond that we have, the joy. So yeah, I've mentioned to him one-on-one, that don't take offense to it. Just know that it's something that people are always going to look for you if you're a talented player, and that's the game. If anybody knows that, I've experienced that personally. So I think the biggest thing is us staying focused together. I mean, we love each other, man. This has been, as hard as it's been, this has been an amazing ride so far, just because of the relationships, and that's what matters, and then what matters the most is winning. So we got to get back to winning.
Russell, time for two more guys.
What kind of
Brandon
benefit?
and Mike. Brandon and Mike,
Sure.
last two.
What kind of benefit did you get perhaps by having the vantage point you did on the sideline? Not that you didn't want to be out there, but you're going to see things from that perspective, I guess, in a game.
I don't know. I don't know if there's any advantage point from the side.
I mean, going forward to be able to build
That we need that. Yeah. I mean, I think it's easy to be on the sideline and everything else and just see everything. But you know, you want to be out in the field. I mean, that's why I'm always working my butt off to be out there. So, you know, I'm excited, obviously, to get back out there with my teammates.
You don't sleep much.
Mm-hmm.
How was the jet lag for you, and when did you get some sleep on this trip?
I don't really get jet lag too often. You know, I don't really. You know, I've traveled enough to get, you know, kind of get my system down. But yeah, for me, I was on the plane. First 2 hours, I was about 8 hours flight here. As the first 2 hours, I was watching the film, watching all the cut-ups and everything else. And then for the next 4 hours, I was doing treatment on the plane. I was walking up and down the aisles. Everybody was knocked out. I was doing high knees and working on my legs and everything else, you know, making sure I'm ready to rock. So that was good. And then the last 2 hours, the last hour of that, I fell asleep for 1 hour, and I watched the film the rest. So I felt good to go once we got back. And then we had, you know, coaches did a great job. Coach Landau and on the whole coaching staff, they had us do a little movement. So we got here, did a little movement, I did my pool workout, did all that, and then I don't know, maybe rested for about 2-3 hours once I got home, and I feel great.
So the first time you done treatment on a plane, or you do it? Does that happen before in your career?
No, I mean I do it, you know, when I need to, you know, especially when it's a longer flight. The more you move, the better you feel when you get off of it. So I've got my secrets. I got my movements, and then tons of water. It always helps. I appreciate you guys. Let's go Broncos. Let's ride. I'll see you guys.
How to get ripped within 30 days without gym and dieting. This genius US Navy SEALs device to get incredible abs within 4 weeks without working out or dieting is taking over the market like crazy in the US and Europe. Just use it on your stomach for 15 minutes per day to melt belly fat and build incredible abs. It was